Hey, oh my God, I am so excited for this day. I wait all year long and I have been tracking so many artists. And today is the day when we get to see so much amazing work, so much amazing work. So I'm here a couple minutes early. Let me know if you're in the chat. Let me know so I can see it. We're just getting it hooked up right now. Um, I'm sitting in front of all the folks that are coming to the Creative Visionary Program. This is the class of 2024. So I just feel like everyone's here with me. I'm so excited. And we've got an amazing call for you. So let us know in the chat where you're tuning in from. And okay, well, I got YouTube going here, I think. Let us know if you're here. This is an amazing afternoon, you guys, and I just love this so much. Um, I was looking over all the artists and we have been gathering them. Oh, good. Hey, Debbie's from Florida, Linda from Connecticut, Becky from Kansas. Awesome, you guys. Get ready to have your mind blown because I mean, I practically was in tears last night going over all this work. It is just, oh my God, it's so great. Joy's here, Bibiana, hi there, Catherine, Jenny Sharp, Cindy Woods. So we're going to be talking to a lot of artists today, a lot of artists, and we're going to be talking to a lot of coaches. We've got some amazing, this is it. This is the big day for giveaway, cool stuff. Oh my God, on Facebook, awesome, you guys. So good to see you here. Um, Treehouse Studio has been here the whole time. It's funny how we were doing the free workshop and then we just get used to seeing each other. It's kind of amazing. I'm like recognizing you guys in the audience. But seriously, we have a lot of participants from the free workshop. We have a lot of alumni here. We're going to be showing all the art we're going to be showing today is from alumni. Hey, Benno from Switzerland, welcome. And Beth from New Jersey, Ethel tuning in from New Hampshire, awesome. And from Greece, and Ruth from Virginia. Um, okay, so good, so good. Yeah, so all the folks that you'll be seeing today have done the Creative Visionary Program. And as I was saying earlier, enrollment closes tomorrow night at 11:59 p.m. We are celebrating today all the progress that is everyone's been making over the last year. A lot of art you'll see is from artists from last year and the year before that. And I just want you to know, as you look at all this work, that it's a journey, right? This is a journey that we're all on, and everyone's just moving forward, and we're all at different levels, right? So we're celebrating that journey today, whether it's someone who's just starting out, who's making progress, or someone who's just really far along and they've got a few years under their belt, or 5 years or 10 years. It's the journey of it and the transformation of what's happening here, as it relates to Art2Life and this community and the Creative Visionary Program. Um, awesome. Leslie, great to see you here. And Suzanne in Facebook. All right. Susan saying that her boyfriend's buying the program for me. That is so great. All right. So I just wanted to get us situated. A lot of people are coming in. I'm going to share my screen in a minute, and I'm going to have you watch something because I think it's going to frame what we're doing today. And um, so I want to share my screen here. Hang on one second. Okay, great. We're all coming. We're all coming in. Awesome. All right. Let's just take a minute and drop into this. Your soul longs for two things: to be fully expressed
and to give. Think about it. It's behind everything we desire. Firstly, we want to be seen for who we are, and more importantly, for who we're becoming. We want those who we love to see us, our partners, our children, our friends. And yes, if we admit it, and I know it's scary, but the world too. And secondly, we desire to give. We need to find our art, what brings us alive, find what lights us up, shine it brighter than ever before. You need to take the art inside of you and give it to the world. I don't want you to stop. What we've started, what you've started, don't stop. Don't stop. Not this time. Keep going with this. And also, don't go alone. In a world full of fear, we want you to be the beauty. We want you to be the courage. We want you to take the art inside you and give it to the world. When you're 90 and you look back on your life, we want you to be able to say, I made the world a more beautiful place. I let myself be seen. I didn't hold back. I did it. I'm an artist. I became me. This is what we want for you. This is what we can give you inside CVP this year. I really hope you decide to come with us. It would just be a privilege.
So that's it, right? It's getting our art out into the world, right? So we can give it, so we can share it, and to be seen and supported in order to make that happen. Today's a celebration of so many people, and we couldn't fit everybody in, that's just the hardest part. But this is a celebration of this community and what's possible, and it's possible for all of us. And so I'm just so proud of the work and what's happened here and what Art2Life has become. And it's this community. So with that, I'm going to start now. And the way this is going to go is we're going to be diving around, talking to different artists, and we'll be sharing art, learning some things. And when you're watching, I want you to be thinking about, what this is a celebration call. Like this is a celebration call for the new breakthroughs you're going to have. Be thinking about where you want to take your art, what you've achieved, what you've gone on, what you're doing. I mean, it's amazing to be an artist and to take these steps forward. And that's what this call is about. It's a party, you guys, and everyone's part of this. So let me share my screen here, go back here. Okay. Wait. All right. Oh, shoot. Stop. 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 Hold on. Right here. Okay. Let me get this presentation mode going. All right. So this is all about art and inspiration and this community and what's made possible. So we're just going to start out. We're going to be looking at Tessa's work. She's from the Netherlands. And Tessa, are you on the call?
I
Hey,
am here.
welcome, welcome. So
Thank
everyone,
you.
there's her Instagram there. So if you want to follow her, we want to support each other, you guys, right? We're all in this. But let's just look at your work before and tell us a little bit about, your story, right? I know I know you spent some time in Vietnam and everything, but give us a few minutes about where you were before CVP. Because I mean, this is pretty cool what you were doing.
Yeah, this was done on paper. I've lived abroad for 17 years, and some of the countries were Vietnam and Japan. So the whole ink thing, this was ink on wallpaper. It was definitely kind of inspired by those countries. Um, yeah, and I did that for a long time, for like 7 years. And in all those countries, I always found artists that I could learn from or work with. But the problem when you're an expat wife is that when once you're somewhere for 3 or 4 years, you're going again. So
Yeah.
everywhere I went, my teachers were saying, "Okay, we don't know what you've done before this, so we'll start with the still lifes in pencil." So I've really learned to draw academically.
Yes. And
And
when you
then when I
when
came back to the Netherlands in 2006, I went to an art school here in the Netherlands.
and we're looking at the work that you did post CVP. What happened for you? Like, how do you describe? I mean, it's you know, it still feels like you, but it's and this is what we're going to see, you guys, again and again and again. It's like there's a connection here. It's not like this is not right or anything, but it just gets lifted up and it's so apparent. What can you tell us sort of what the ahas were, or what got you to this newer work?
I think it's the whole process. It's like the from the first few weeks where you make your vision boards, where you really look at what you like seeing. The looking through the photos in your phone is really a good way to see what the things are that you're noticing around you. And I noticed that I'm always looking at patterns like old cast iron gates, like ornamental shapes. And I really decided, I think it was last year or the year before that, because I'm doing CVP for the fourth year this year, that I really wanted to focus on taking those shapes and using those for my compositions and
Yeah.
then really focusing on color.
Yes, I mean the color and these are amazing. And what I love, and you'll see this, you guys, when someone understands color and design and value, they can make bold paintings like this. But what I love to see, Tessa, was this. Like you can make quiet paintings too, right? Because we're not always loud and colorful. You're not stuck in a genre, like this. These are so subtle.
And
I
it's the
love.
subtlety that I really want to focus on this year. So I'm
Yeah,
really excited.
yeah, that's so great. Um, and and uh, and how is this? This is acrylic, I think, right?
Acrylic on wooden panels, and because I used to work on very large pieces of paper before CVP. When
Uh-huh.
I started CVP, I thought that the 12 by 12s, I found them a little small. So I just used 16 by 16.
Uh-huh.
And I think this year I want to do the 50 centimeters, which probably is like 18 or 20 by 20. I'm not
Yeah.
good at the conversion thing.
Yeah. So for those of you guys listening, in the Creative Visionary program, part of it is doing a series where you do multiples together, and it's a whole process and everything. And and we recommend that you begin this on 12-inch by 12-inch, which is great. But often what happens, and many alumni come back and they're working larger, as the case is here. And but it's important to understand that you can paint, you can learn so quick when the work's a little smaller, right? And so that's why we recommend just stay kind of small because you can change things quicker. um you've what you've done with color, what is the primary thing you learned about color that you're doing here? I mean, just I can't quite put my finger on it. I mean, it's you're sort of definitely making one color the hero, like this blue one. It's just like, how do you think about that, or how do you describe that? Because color is a big part
And
of your
my
work.
my my biggest aha thing was when you and the other coaches were talking about desaturated colors versus the saturated colors, and how when you desaturate most of them, but you let one be like the hero, that really makes an impact.
Yeah.
And that's what I really like.
Yeah, yeah, it's so beautiful. And now, you have work and well, you've shown, in Europe, but also in other places, right? I mean, you've been kind of you're interested in selling your work. You're not just doing this for yourself, right?
No, that was always a bit of a thing with my ex-husband and I. I always said I am as ambitious with my art as you are in your career abroad.
Ah, uh-huh.
Um, and I've just done a very intimate art fair in Amsterdam, where
Mm-hmm.
I was invited by a Dutch curator. So that was a big deal for me because
Wow.
I stood there with all these other 25 amazing artists, and I was looking at my work in this old, old machine hall, and it just looked so beautiful. And I was really thinking, yeah, this is very, very cool.
Yeah, it's
So, and
so
I even
great.
I got to talk to uh, a lady that runs a very large gallery in Amsterdam. I'm not sure whether I will ever hear from her again, but at least it was like the next step that somebody in the art world looked at my work and she gave me some feedback and she was talking to me. She said that my colors were really beautiful. So I
Yes.
was like, yes.
Yes. Yes. It's so beautiful. And again, there's nothing wrong with this at all here, but I just love it's, and you guys are going to see this again and again. And I was struck by this yesterday when I was going over these, how it's Tessa, but it's Tessa plus, it's Tessa. It makes sense. It's like where you're going. It makes perfect sense. When I look at this, it's like, and I'm so excited to see where you go next. I mean, it's just really, really beautiful what you've done. And I just want to congratulate you. And every one of you read the comments, people are just loving your work. Ruth on Facebook and Teresa. Um, it's just great. So listen, thanks for taking the time today and just popping in
Thank
here.
you.
It gives everyone so much confidence because when, seeing so many transformations of people that are just moving forward, and it's just great. So thank you.
You're welcome. And
Yeah.
thank you. And I'm looking forward to another year of CVP.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. We're starting on Thursday. Okay, I will see you
I will
soon.
see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, you guys. I mean, so good, so good. I get to talk to Carolyn Millar from Scotland. She is
Millar.
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 Caroline Miller.
Oh, it's Caroline Miller. I always say it
Yeah,
wrong. I'm
carry
so
on, carry
sorry.
on. I don't really care.
Okay, all right. Anyway, she's one of our CVP coaches this year. There's her Instagram. She's out of Scotland. Thanks for being here. Um, wow. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I remember being on the artist party after I'd done CVP the first time in 20, well, it'll be 2021. I was on the artist party because I did it in 2020. And when I watched this in 2020, I remember thinking, I want to be one of these people that's got a story to tell. And I was. And I remember being really nervous about coming on and telling it. But yeah, it's amazing what can happen in just 12 weeks. It was the most extraordinary experience that I've possibly ever had. Because when I came into CVP, I came in as a relative beginner. I do have an art degree. I studied interior design, but we did lots of technical drawings and built models and did rendering. We didn't do any fine art at all. And then I lost touch with my creativity for, 20 odd years, something like that. And then I deliberately took myself off to an art class and discovered that I loved pushing paint around and making marks. And then I found Art2Life and CVP. And over the course of 12 weeks, I went from somebody who I described myself on Instagram as loved playing with paint, and I would never have called myself an artist. And didn't even occur to me. It wasn't that I kind of wanted to and didn't. It just didn't enter my head. And then you started saying you're an artist. And I was like, okay, I'll be one of them. And by the end of it, I was like, I'm an artist. And you just do it with such enthusiasm, and it's so infectious. And I just absolutely believed that I could do this. And I can,
And you
Yeah.
and what's so great, right, is that you get confidence from making art. Like the answer to almost everything is participating in this process for yourself. And it's the making of the art that makes you see what's possible. And now, I mean, fast forward, now Caroline is helping people visualize this for themselves, which I just think is such a beautiful it's like come full circle. But your work, especially this past year, has just taken off. And this is my favorite piece of late. Can you tell us real quick, just, you're using acrylic, but how are you getting all
Yeah.
this subtlety? I mean, just give us a little overview. It's just the best.
Well, first of all, these are small. These are 12 by 12 inches, which is 30 by 30 centimeters. They're on board. They're acrylic. There might be a bit of mixed media in there, sort of pencils and maybe some collage. I can't even remember. I do a lot of my process is to do with, kind of came by accidentally. I would put paint on and think, oh, that looks too much. How can I get it off? And then I would lay paper on top and put a roller and peel it back, and then discover that you get these beautiful kind of build up of marks and texture. And so that's really how I work. I put paint on and I take it off again. And there's a lot of accident then that occurs. I kind of don't really know what it's going to look like when I pull it back off. But these are my favorite works. These definitely are my favorite works, because they have a kind of freedom to them. And this one in particular it's behind me just now. Actually, it's really vibrant, much more so than anything. But with this, I was working with the color and wanted to make it about color, so it doesn't have a huge amount of value contrast. If you took a picture of that in black and white, it would just look like a kind of blob. But the colors really vibe off each other. So yeah, I'm very fond of that one. And the previous one that you showed, Nick, which is very pale, not that one, the sort of creamy one with the red and the black.
Yes.
That one, yeah, I'm particularly fond of that one.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Because it's like a kind of, I think I said to you the other day, it was like how sparse can I make this, but for it still to connect and feel interesting. So yeah, and it's got a sort of abstract, but there's elements in there that are representational. There's like a container and a plant and what have you, but from a distance you can't see that. So I like that beautiful idea.
I'm curious, real quick here, do you in terms of color, like what is one of the primary things you like to teach people or help them with regarding color that was pivotal for you, that you want people to know? Maybe people on this call, like what was an aha for you that maybe you could share? That I know you teach this in CVP, but how you approach people because you're such a master of color. What is like one of the primary things that you make sure people know about to get their color going?
Well, I think what is really important is to realize how little an amount of paint you need to add to a color to change it. And when I took CVP and we start off and we work in black and white, and we're just working with value, and then we do a limited palette, and I was kind of okay with that. And then it was like, now you've learned this, you can use all the colors. And I remember thinking, I think that's too much for me. And I just did a limited palette, and I chose a cerulean blue and a cadmium orange, black and white, and I did the whole thing with that. And with that, I learned about the sort of nuances of mixing color, about how little you need to change. And I learned about complementaries, and I learned about value and about saturation, all with that. And then from that, I've now moved into using lots of colors, but even in those paintings which appear to have a limited palette, there's actually the colors that I put onto my palette would have been quite extensive, but what you see looks limited. But I'm using them in a sort of chromatic way just to bring kind of depth into the limited palette that I'm using, if that makes
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
would, you know, I don't like using it straight out of the tube, so I like to make it as kind of complex as possible, but I like the end thing to be simple.
It's just beautiful, Caroline. Thank you. And for those of you who are coming to the Creative Visionary Program, you'll be working with Caroline. She'll be sharing all this approach, and we have so much to talk, teach, and get people aware about color. But this
And
piece,
I
oh
am,
my God.
so I was going to say, I'm really big on mindset. So I will
Yes,
give you that as
yes,
well. That's a big
absolutely.
thing for
Yes.
me.
Yes. Well, it makes sense, right? Like you've come so far in that regard, not even thinking of yourself as an artist to
Yeah.
now helping artists, right? Like that's a
Yeah.
transformation. That's what we're talking about, you guys, today. It's just amazing when you get in the support and you get around a community and people can see in you what's possible. It doesn't take long at all.
Yeah.
Caroline,
No, it's
thank you so
extraordinary.
much. It's so
Thank you,
great.
Nick. Enjoy the
Yeah.
party.
Okay,
Bye.
let's keep moving on. I could just stay and talk to each of these artists for so long. You guys, this is we're gonna, and again, Christine's work. There's her Instagram there. She's from Germany. Hi there.
Hi there, Nick. Nice
Um,
to see you.
nice to see you. Thank you for, I can't imagine it's probably 9 at night right now, but
Yes,
thank you for being here.
thank you for inviting me.
So, Christine, tell us a little bit about the before you did the Creative Visionary Program, or were you doing a lot of art before, or just give us a little backstory, because these are pretty cool what you were doing before the Creative Visionary Program.
Yes, I did painting my whole life. I started always with a lot of paint, nice colors, big brushes, all that, and was quite free in doing what I want. But when I got older and I kept painting, my mind was kind of blocked more and more and more as an adult. And you say these pieces are cool. I didn't think that they were cool. I thought more and more and more. The pieces are, I don't know the right word, edgy, hard, and too loud. And I wanted to see more sensitivity in these paintings.
Yeah.
And so one time, it was 2022, I stumbled in the internet over CVP, and I heard your thoughts and your kind of teaching, and I thought that might be a good thing for me to do. And so I paid the money. It was hard for me, but I did it. And until now, I did not regret it. And so the art changed.
And look at this work, you guys. This was killing me last night. And do you hear what Christine's saying? And this happens, you guys. Sometimes you get ahead of your artwork. What Christine's saying is like, it didn't fit her anymore, right? So we get to a certain place, and this wasn't, she's more sensitive. She's more like this.
Yes.
Oh my God, this is so beautiful. I'm just
Thank you.
blown away. Oh my God. So, and were these done in the Creative Visionary Program? Because they look like they're 12 by 12, or they look square.
It's right. They are 12 by 12. It's square. I love working in square since CVP, but I did them later after CVP. So over 1 year, something around. Before 1 year, I did them.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I still work like the last one. I still work with very bold colors. One more head. But now I do muted colors and bold colors. And that's the mix, what I like to do, the possibility to do what I want to do. That's what I learned in CVP, and the freedom to do on Monday that, and have 5 paintings there in the doing. And on Friday, I do that. And before I was like there was a firework in my head, and I knew I want to do this or that, but I could not do it on the table. It was only in my head. And what
Yes.
was crazy, it was driving me crazy.
Yes. Yes. I love the way she says it. Fireworks in my head. It's like we need to get this out.
Yes.
What I
Yes.
love what she's doing, you guys, is, without contrast, you can't really, you can only go so far, right? But look at the color, but the color is amazing. And we talked about this in the free workshop, you guys. Like, if you want pink to be like amazing, look at what she's surrounding it by. Look at the contrast that she's putting next to each other. It's so sensitive. And this one, I mean, is that a collaged rose there? Is that a photograph? It's just beautiful.
Yes. When I was 16, I did an apprenticeship as a professional house painter. And so I know professionally how to do these things. And before some months, one of my friends, he told me, please go to my apartment and glue some wallpaper on the wall. That's what I did. So this is a wallpaper with thousands of roses on it. And she wanted to do a special painting to the other side of the room where there's only plain white walls. So I cut a piece of this rose out of the wallpaper and did a surrounding, which I liked all at the end, and said to her, this is my very special painting for you for this room. And she
Wow.
liked it.
Yeah. Well, no
So
kidding.
it was a
Just,
present.
and also what's amazing about your work, Christine, is just the looseness and also the tightness, the expression of it and the boldness and then the subtlety. I mean, I just really, it's amazing. It's just amazing.
Thank
I
you.
love the color. Yeah, Carrie on YouTube saying, love the neutrals. I mean, that's the thing, when you have a compliment like that, when things compliment each other, you just keep going back, going, God, why do I love that orange? And this rose, it's so subtle, but it's dimensional. But this is not a picture where we're just staring at the rose, but we see it on the second reading, it's just really, really beautiful.
Thank you.
Wow. Gosh, just really something else. Look at that, you guys. Just beautiful. All right. Well, listen, thanks so much for just sharing your story with us and what's going. I'm just excited to watch you and see what's coming. What's up for you now? What are you working on now? Just real quick. Where are you thinking of going with this?
So I hope that I will reach my goal. I want to do some teaching too here in my hometown. I have to put all the stuff together. That's a new thing for me. So teaching will be something I'm going on to, but I have to produce something. But I want to go bigger and to sell more. And
Yes.
that's why I undersigned CVP again, because for selling, you have to have a lot of confidence. And I think I learned already a lot in 2022 in CVP, and I will do even more in the upcoming CVP.
Yeah.
So,
Wow. Well, it's going to be awesome working with you, and it's going to be just wonderful to see your work progress.
thank
Thank you
you.
so much for being here. Really, I appreciate you staying up late for us. Okay. Um, oh, and there's this one too. I'm sorry, I forgot to show you this one. Amazing, right? Um, okay, I'm going to show you a few little slides here, but Laura, do you want to hop in here? Shall I stop sharing?
Yeah, why don't you stop sharing for a second and then we can just give a prize away.
Yeah, because we have some people, some folks that have come into the Creative Visionary Program, and I want to share their names and
Go ahead.
celebrate them. Okay, so you guys are in the dark green zone of this mural that's happening behind us. I want to welcome and congratulate Ellen P., Alex H, Virginia D, Heidi B, and Chris V. So congratulations, you guys. And my team's putting the link for the enrollment page in the chat. So if just so you can find it, if you want to go check stuff out. We have a ton of testimonials, not that you really need to even go there anymore, because you're talking to people. We're talking to quite a lot of people today that actually are doing this, and it's live. So anyway, we have some giveaways here. Laura.
Welcome everybody. Oh, I just want to say one more person that signed up. Kelly Peralt. She said, CVP, here I come. I'm jumping in and I'm hoping the net will catch me. It will catch you, Kelly. Okay? It'll catch you. Don't worry. All right. So how about I'm going to do a t-shirt. Can I give away a t-shirt?
Oh my God. Do you have it there? Do you have your one there? Because I'm not wearing mine.
I might have to, there should be on your table, but it's okay. I think everybody remembers what it looks like.
Can you find the t-shirt? I can, while you're talking, I'll run and get it. Maybe.
Okay,
How about that?
deal.
Okay.
Okay, so Martina Marcea, you're gonna get a t-shirt. Yay, we'll find it to show you. But this is what she said. Now I get why it's called the Creative Visionary Program. To teach this way is really the way to go. This is changing our future into a better world by changing ourselves into our better versions, which is exactly what Nick was saying. So t-shirt is hopefully coming any minute now. But you know what, while I'm waiting, I'm just gonna read another comment because all of you are writing such fun things. I love the chat. I love how you're saying everything you're feeling and thinking and telling us what's going on and signing up. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's what you're getting. I was just going to read one more thing. From one of our alumni, D. Godfrey said, CVP is such a safe space, no pretentiousness, very down to earth, so everyone is encouraged and can step up and be brave. And I just love that because that's what this artist party is, just a bunch of artists being brave and sharing their stories.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And, and this shirt, right? It's like, it's about you. And that's why this says, you're the work of art. This is about your journey, and everything we do in the Creative Visionary Program, everything we do in Art2Life, it comes back to you, what you want, what brings you alive, how to get what you need to say. And that's why today on this call, all this work's so different, right? It's just everyone's figuring out what they want to do and how their gifts and how they can share it. And that's just, it's about you. It's like you're the work of art here. So awesome. Okay, so let me keep going here, right? We're moving forward. Keep going. Okay. Now we don't have time, you guys, to share with you everyone, to talk to everyone. But there's just so many people out there, literally thousands of artists that are just moving forward, making great work. And we're just going to show you, Instagram. This is Patricia's work, Nicaragua, right? That's her Instagram. Benedict, look at God, her work's just so beautiful. Talk about color. Do you get what's happening here? Oh my God, so beautiful. And I hope you're on the call. If you're here, let us know. I'd love to just say hi. Okay, and Sandra. And I hope also you guys and again, I'm going to invite you to think about you. Think about where you want to take your work, right? Sometimes we'll look at work and it's like, oh, I love still life, and we're going to see a lot of different work today, realistic work, abstract work, in between abstracted realism, still life, portraits. But, these principles help you with wherever you want to go. So if you see an artist like Sandra that's like, wow, she's kind of like, I love this, you want to follow them, right? Jot down their Instagram. This is Chad Little, like next level. He's in this moment right now. I was talking to him this morning, and oh my God, his work's just getting so good, and it's just really, really fun. And Natalie, this is one of my favorite pieces she's done lately. Look at the color, Oh my God. Kathleen O'Hanlon from France, right? It's what is the expression you're after? What's the feeling? What's the mood, right? Janet from Canada. this is, it's not that we have to be always bold, right? Some of us want to make art and it's seasonal, right? It depends on what you want to do, but you need to know how to make really subtle paintings because that's part of you too. You need to know how to make bold paintings. You need to know how to make all the kind of work, any kind of work that you feel you need to share. Um, I love seeing this. I love seeing somebody pushing something, using the principles to push it. Okay, we are going to talk to another creative visionary coach, Kate Rhodes. And well, I'd say good evening. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm really good. Thank you, Nick.
Oh my God. First of all, let me just say, you guys, the coaches, myself, my whole team, everyone here, Laura, all the people you're seeing, and a whole bunch of people behind the scenes. This is a very busy time for us because we're welcoming people come into the Creative Visionary program, but we can't leave yet. And we're answering all of your questions. And so we're just really on it. And I just so appreciate you taking time out from doing that just to inspire us and share with us your work. So, wow, welcome and tell us about this a little bit. You're sort of a hybrid of realism and abstraction.
Yes, that's what I want to be doing. I love working in the landscape and also still life. But for me, it's about having the paintings feeling about the place, about an emotion and about an atmosphere, and not, particularly being totally representational of a specific view. I do go out into the countryside and sketch and things, but then I want to be able to come back into the studio and just work spontaneously and intuitively and quite freely, and then find my way with the painting, not have too much of an idea beforehand, and yeah, go on a lovely painterly journey and just get started, and then start applying all the principles to help make things a bit stronger or tighter, or not tighter, but just sort of more balanced, or that sort of thing.
This one on the left, is this, so do you take a photo, you go to a place, how do you it's obviously from a specific place, but it's so abstract at the same time.
Well, it's sort of specific. It's not really that most of these landscapes are really now just coming out of me. Prior to CVP, I would go and paint sort of en plein air, but it was very restrictive because it was then limited to high days and holidays when I could actually go somewhere with all my kit. But now I will walk and sketch and pick up little studies of things, and then just sort of put them away. And not, this is a wonderful place up in Scotland where I'm lucky enough to go quite over the years quite regularly. But it's not an exact representation of it. It's just this wonderful spacious opening thing, and this sort of view I've done in very different weather conditions, and it all just kind of changes on how I want to paint. I just love color and shapes and the process of pushing paint around and building up layers and making marks, and that's what excites me. I'm not worried about having an exact view. I don't work from photographs. This is my local landscape where I walk my dogs daily, and this is probably May or June on the left, and this would be more like September. The seasons change. The ones you're looking at before were quite wintry. So I do love all that different contrasts of things. And yeah, I was painting a bit before. I'd been to art school. But then, like Caroline, I had a break. And before CBP, I was then back painting again, and I was with a gallery, but everything was really hard, and I felt creatively quite isolated and insecure, and I felt very inconsistent. My work, I didn't know why. Sometimes it was okay, and sometimes it just was not working at all, and then I feel really lose heart. And then CVP, changed that.
Yeah, and how does it feel? Well, I can, and this is interesting. I know I can look at the work and I know how you feel, but share with us how you're feeling now in this chapter. Now you're kind of, how are you doing now with all of this?
It's amazing. No,
Yeah.
I'm having a great time. It's just,
It shows.
yeah, I'm very lucky. I'm in a really good place. I'm painting away. I'm part of your team, which is just so much fun. And I think I feel much more confident and relaxed to trust the process, just to go for it, not to worry about, in fact, definitely not think about how a painting's going to end up. It just get stuck into it and then let it naturally,
Yeah.
as I said, find my way with it. Not have this sort of fixed idea about this is what I'm doing. And I think I have more self-belief and more confidence since I've done CVP, and I really benefited from, well, obviously the principles, but the other side that comes with it, the mindset, the
Mhm.
process of working in a series. So my work just escalated, just and then they all work off each other because they inform each other. So it's just made it much easier, and just I'm having a
Yeah.
lovely time. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And here's
And
the
the
thing.
gallery, sorry, I'm just going to say, in the gallery noticed the shift. They used to take a couple of paintings a year, and suddenly they offered me a solo show,
Yeah.
and I had 60 works in London, and they literally all sold. And I've got another
Yeah.
show coming up next year.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah. It's when somebody is in a groove, you can just feel it in the work. You can see it. It makes this kind of work. It's not a style thing, it's a freedom thing, right? Where they're having this experience they're free. They're more free. And when you're more free, you don't have to worry so much, and you're not like as contracted. And this is sort of an interesting thing, where we have coaches that come into the Art2Life program, and we're helping people. But when you get your art really dialed in, we talk about being in flow, right? Like you can see she's in flow with this, but I like to talk about it as overflow. Overflow, like you have extra. And for me, it turned into like helping people and teachers and energy. And I think this is the same for so many of the coaches, that their art is just like dialed in, and they're learning and they're changing, they're growing. It's not that you're not going to struggle, but it's no longer this thing that's just like bogging you, weighing you down, and you're just such an inspiration of how you're working. And it's just beautiful. And I love the different, here again, like look at the different palettes, you guys, it's just really, really, it's so masterful.
I love mixing colors, and yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
can
really
tell.
important to me.
Kate,
Yeah, it's
listen,
good
thanks,
fun.
thanks so much for being here, and especially for being the amazing coach you are, and being part of the Creative Visionary program, the creative team. It's going to be an amazing year. Oh,
It's going to be
awesome.
fun. Thank you so much, Nick.
Absolutely. Oh my God, this is so great. It just keeps on going. We're talking to Gabriela Schulman. I hope I pronounced that right. Did I? Schulman?
Yeah, Schulman.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Great. There's her Instagram. Um, awesome. You're in the UK. Oh yeah, this is amazing. Okay. So tell us a little bit about your work. It's so interesting, so unique. But this was before the Creative Visionary program.
Yes, they are collages on board.
Hmm.
I also work on paper and card and objects. But yeah, these are maybe for the one on the left is a little one. It's only 20 centimeters square. The one in the middle is 40, and the one on the right is also 40 centimeters square.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that was my before.
Right. Check this out, you guys. This is it right here. Check this out. That's it. It is so strong. And your work was strong before, but wow, this is amazing. Incredible. It's so moving. And it's still collage, right? But it's paint and collage.
Yes, it's paint and collage. I think the main difference is that I'm applying the paint more skillfully. Before I was just using it as a background.
Hmm.
Um, and
Yeah. It's integrated. It's integrated. You know how you're integrating it. Wow. Look at this. Oh my God. You
Yeah,
know,
that was
your work, and this is for everybody, right? We create the world of ourself, right? Like this is so unique. And I know it's collage, but it's just, it's just so, it's just such a world that we would never have this world if you didn't show us.
Thank you. That's such a nice comment.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sort of speechless, right? You got every people are on in YouTube and Facebook. It's sort of wow, it's just, and isn't it interesting, you guys? It's just, I mean, it just hits you. It's emotional, when it's something is so powerful, like it's theatrical or we intuitively understand. Do you tell us just a little bit about what the story maybe, or what interests you, if you can? And you don't have to have any reason for doing this at all. It's sort of self-explanatory, but I'm just curious because it's so emotional to me.
So I like mixing up things. So even these people who come from paintings are made from different paintings and different images.
Oh, right. You're collaging in paintings into
So I'm
paintings.
collaging. So I'm manipulating the images digitally, then printing them, then collaging them on the backgrounds. But I always think of each one of my pieces as being a conversation. So there's a person and the bird, or a person and another image, and there's a story going on, and it's going to be up to the viewer what they see. They are quite narrative, I suppose, and even between pieces, because I often repeat the characters. So sometimes two pieces will be working together, if you want.
Yeah. Donna is saying, on YouTube, she says, I want to jump into this, right? It does. It's like an invitation. It's just, so, and now I understand. It's like, yeah, they're paintings that some of we've seen before, but just your sense of color and your composition is just really something else. I love the looseness of them. Wow.
And those were actually so my practice panels from CVP.
These are from the actual. Oh, interesting.
So
Wow.
Yeah. So I was sort of recycling everything. I kept photographs of the work that we had done, all the different practices. But then I wanted to get on with creating a collection. So I used all the panels for my first collages.
Yeah.
And
So the series, yeah.
So
the series you did in CVP became the body of work that you went out into the world with.
Yes, in fact, I was picked up by a gallery with this series the first time I showed it in my studio.
I'm not surprised, right? I'm not surprised. Listen, this has been amazing. What's the one thing that that unlocked for you in the Creative Visionary program? Was there some learning that you could share with us that that clicked things? Because it's always different for everyone. I'm just curious.
Yeah, maybe if I can do more than one. All your classes, workshops about techniques and how to apply the paint were invaluable to me, because I used acrylics in quite a basic way, I feel, before. And I used to use like basic printmaking techniques before CVP, but it kind of expanded, on the background of this one, there's the little dots that are part of the back are printed with packaging material. So I have all kinds of things that I collect to print with, from old wallpaper to bits of cardboard. So that was really important. And then the use of color, because I've always loved color, but I think I'm now able to use it in a more subtle way.
Yeah.
And without getting carried away and using absolutely every color at the same time, which is
Yeah.
always
How to show restraint. Your work has that. It's like you're hitting us with a color, you know, you're controlling what the color is that you want us to experience. And it's powerful. And I think that's a lot of why this works so strong, your color, well, and the design and everything.
one more thing I want to say, because this was
Yes.
important. Because I've always worked small. My large work was never successful. I tried, but I could never get it to the point where I found it satisfactory. But you said something about small increments. So after the 30 by 30 panels, I went 40 by 40, then I went 50 by 50, I'm talking centimeters, by the way, and then 70 by 50. And I can do it by going 10 or 20 centimeters at a time. It's not the same. It's easier to work smaller for me, but I like pushing myself, and at the same time not pushing myself in a way that is going to be frustrating. That increment of 10 centimeters at a time, 20 centimeters, that's worked really well for me. So this year I'm probably going to go bigger. Among other things. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, thank you so much for being
Thank
here.
you.
Oh my God. It's just amazing. Okay, here's Jeffrey's work. And while we've been talking, Kathy M has come in, and you know, and Jenny was like over here, I saw her going by with tears in her eyes. It's a huge emotional thing to take a step forward for yourself. And it affects me too. It's always like that, though, when you move towards something that's about, you know, putting yourself more in the center of things. So it's a big deal. And so Kathy and Vicky R, you're in the dark greens over here. Leslie L is coming in. Marissa and Anna M. Welcome, you guys. We're going to have Ailey's putting you up right now on the wall. Thanks so much. Okay. Before we get into our next guest, Jeffrey, look at this work, you guys, from Canada. Really beautiful, beautiful. Wow. Leslie Leavenworth. I love seeing this, you know, it's like all kinds of knowledge going on here, you know, beautiful. Sue Johnson from the United Kingdom. There's her Instagram there, Sue Johnson Studio. Nicole. Nicole's an amazing story. She was is a nurse, and started making art for a patient, and then it turned into this whole thing. Now she's teaching, and her art's just exploded. It's just been so great. I know so many of these artists. Faye Stanley. Look at this, just something else. Beautiful. Okay, we are going to talk to another coach, Inza Hoffman from Germany. Inza, thanks for being here. Oh my God, we've gotten to talk like 5 times this past week because we're doing so much stuff from the free workshop. How are you?
I'm very fine, thank you. I've been working the whole day in my friend's studio. I'm here actually in Iceland. I'm guest of Boga, and we were working the whole day.
Yes, and you met her in a workshop, right?
Exactly. I met her and made friends with her in Mallorca 2 years ago. And yeah, we buddied up.
Yeah. So you're a coach. You are amazing at communicating principles, but before we do that, before we talk about that, let's just talk to us a little bit about what you love and what you're involved in right now as I share your amazing art.
Yeah, thanks that you bring up both the representational side and the abstract side of me. And this is what characterizes me or makes me up, is that really I have different voices. And sometimes I thought I needed to choose between abstract or representationally painting, but now I understand that they belong together. And they belong to the same inquiry of the structure in the painting, like the composition, we would say, or the design, and the rhythm of colors. So if I paint a forest or an abstract, for me, I'm moved by the same emotions. And this is a little bit part of my journey, that I paint sometimes very more geometrical, abstract paintings. And these are like hybrids. So I'm really on the bandwidth between abstraction and representation. And I think as a teacher, because I teach since a couple of years, this is my strength to communicate.
Yes. And, isn't it refreshing, right? Lynn on YouTube saying, it's nice to hear a person can have more than one voice, and understand that a voice, right? It's not singularity. It's what lights you up, And so this is what she's exploring. And it's not a style. It's what brings you alive. And we love both of these, and they're amazing. And there's such a similarity. I don't even think of my work as abstract or realistic. I don't think about it that, because when I paint shapes and colors, they mean things to me, literal things. Blue has a meaning to me. So I just feel like I'm assembling emotions, whether or not it looks like something or not. And I see that a little bit with your work, like this is a forest here on the right, but your use of color, it's just like that's so forward.
Yeah, sure. This was my interest, and here I have this yellow epiphany, like indulging in yellow and creating in harmony with yellow. And I find that the clarity of the design brings forward the color. This is something that I learned in CVP through many years. I'm with CVP or Art2Life since 2016. And I did a lot of workshops. I did several times CVP. I learned and expanded my art.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's amazing.
And I have to say, I'm interested in classical painting as well. But unfortunately, I'm kind of not able to paint like the old masters. But I really admire the way how they painted, and I'm always learning the paint application, the glazing, color and light, atmosphere, all these classical themes of painting. I find them extremely fascinating. In German, there's a book, it's called Who Am I and How Many? Like, it's a little bit a sophisticated title. And sometimes I think, well, I have many voices. And I think probably most of us, we have different aspects that we can channel if we want.
Yeah.
And
so
I
for
love
somebody coming into the Creative Visionary program, I've been seeing chats, in the chat, people are talking about, well, yeah, you can, I don't know my voice. This gives me confidence that I don't have to absolutely know what I'm doing, that, like here you are, you're just making this work. You're not pigeonholing yourself. Like, would you help somebody who's, struggling to find their voice? Like, how do you coach on that? Because I think you do
it
it
is
in
a
your
little bit
work.
like going with the flow, and you have to be like in sync with what drives you into painting. When you feel like called by a representational theme, like a landscape or a portrait or whatever, you go there, and you will discover in the process of painting, you will discover questions of color, of design, value, all our principles, we discover them. But if you feel compelled to express yourself with gesture, wildness, movement, spontaneity, then go for it. And in the end, we will meet. We will meet somewhere where we have to find an order in the painting. So I would, and I do this in my process as well. I don't try to push too hard. I try to listen to what is in the moment. And I think this is the privilege of us artists, that we can be so sensitive to our emotions, to the feeling of the day. We don't feel every day the same way. And we are not working somewhere where we have to be strict and every time the same person. We can modulate our emotions. And this is what I would encourage you guys to do, to follow what draws you in, what calls you.
Yeah.
Like,
you can see why Inza's such an amazing coach to articulate that, right? It's just, we're all sides of ourselves, right? We want all of you to come, but it's about presence. It's about being able to listen, right? And to let go of feeling like this is, not possible for me, or this is available for every single person on this call. I just want you to know that. And I know there's people, I wonder if I could do this. It is absolutely available, but there's a way to do this. Is there a way to move through it? And that's what we're doing in the Creative Visionary Program. Des, just beautiful the way you described that. Really fantastic. Wow. You're really also so good with design and all the principles, and that's what I love seeing in your work. I can just see color principles, and I don't know, it's really it's
thank you.
Spectacular.
And what I remember, what gave me a lot of push forward, and when I first did CVP, was the possibility to improvise. You teach a method how we can just jump into the painting, grab whatever comes up, and make something beautiful out of it. We don't have to have something like a plan, or I don't know. We can just open the fridge, see what we have, and then improvise something wonderful. And it will always end in a tasty meal. And this is honestly the most beautiful and exciting way to make art, not knowing exactly what will come out.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's a wonder, right? It's the journey. Inza, thank you. That was
my
just
pleasure.
Beautiful. I'm glad this call is recorded, because that was really something.
My pleasure.
Okay. All right. Let's oh, here's another piece of hers. Sorry, Inza, I didn't show this one. Amazing. Look at that. And this is a really good, like, it's abstract, but it's also realistic. Like, there's where those two worlds come together. Okay, before we dive into Anne's, I've got some more things. Let's do a couple more giveaways and announce some of the new folks coming in. But let me just stop sharing for a second. What I want to give away is some paint. And we have custom colors that we make at Art2Life. They're colors actually that I love. And we have these giant bottles of them. This one's called Woodland Green, and this one's called Summer Pear. So is there someone in the chat here today that has been commenting, or has how will we choose this person?
Yeah, I mean, we're pulling all kinds of comments. All right, well, I've got one from Nadine Walters. She said, I'm so ready for this. I started a few months ago thinking this will be my year of art. And Nick and company, you are making it happen. Thank you for filling my heart and mind with CVP. And now we're going to fill your studio with some paint.
Yes. And who was the person who got it? I forget her name.
Nadine Walters.
Nadine, is she on YouTube?
She's on Facebook.
Okay, Nadine, which of these do you like? We've got Summer Pear Green. This is a really cool color, you guys. We've got this Woodland Green, and one of my favorite is this Sage Green. So If you're there, let us know which one you want. And if not, then I'll give you the default one, which is this one, which is pretty cool. This is a Moroccan aqua color. This is a sort of a favorite one. So I'm not seeing you there. So we'll be sending you this aqua green. I like to, I don't want to send someone a color that they're like, they don't like, so, but this is a crowd pleaser. So
Yeah, everybody will love that one. Yeah.
everyone. Okay, let's do one more giveaway on the color.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay, this one's a good one. We've got Pippa Chappelle. She said, I've signed up today after 2 years of packing my brushes away. My heart and soul need this. It's my purpose.
Yes. Beautiful. Is she on YouTube?
Another Facebooker.
Oh, and what's her what was her name again?
Pippa
Pippa,
Chappelle.
are you there? Which do you want? Do you want the aqua or do you want the green? Or this green? All right. Let us know. Let us know. We'll be probably sending this one. Pippa, come on, Pippa, you're there. She's probably just like went out for
the shock.
Snack or something. Okay. Let's keep going. You guys, we have a lot of cool stuff to give away. We have an entire art kit we're going to be giving away here. Trowels, there's a ton of stuff. So I keep having to break. There's a lot of materials we got to move out today because this is our last really big event. Here's Pippa's card. So welcome. We've got Barbara coming in. Barbara, congratulations. Carol C, welcome. Judy C and Lessa C. Amazing, all these C's. Renata C. Is that because we're doing it alphabetically?
Yeah.
Oh my God, she's doing it alphabetically. This is Ailey, you guys. She's over here working, doing the wall for us as we speak. We have a ladder now because she can't reach up high enough. So, okay, let's keep going. Is this cool or what, you guys? Is this amazing? I mean, there's so much here. There's so much here. I mean, it's just amazing. Okay. Let me get this again. All right. Let's hop in. We're going to be talking to Anne Deming. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Are you here? Welcome.
I am here.
Okay. Okay. So there's her Instagram, you guys. Where are we talking to you from?
You're talking to me from New Hampshire.
Okay. A Rhode Island College School of Design. Is that where you went?
Not the School of Design, but a state college instead. They had a nice foundational Foundations of Art program, and that's what I went through.
Okay.
I was one of those kids that was always an artist, so it just seemed like that's what I should do, and went to that program.
Well, this is your before CVP. What were you looking for that you found in CVP? Where were you in this phase of your development?
Well, I had for a long time been in advertising and design as an art director and illustrator and a brand manager and all kinds of things in that arena. And my art background was very traditional art. Learn to draw, learn a bit about paint and color and design. And then at one point I got hooked into graphic design and wound up in a long career of that. But then I didn't do my art for many years, like a couple of decades after college. I would fuss with small things and that kind of stuff. But I really wanted to be a painter and be an artist like I've seen in galleries, that kind of thing. But I really had no idea of how to go about doing that. So I stumbled my way through, did these kinds of pieces. The piece on the right, I was at an artist residency and my friend Paige was there and she was leaving early and she just handed me this like cardboard sheet with all her leftover paint on it. It was a large amount. That painting's like 30 by 40. The middle one's 3 by 3 and the one on the left was about 2 by 2 feet, I think. But anyway, that multicolor one on the right, I just slapped down paint as fast as I could. That was in 2014. And I slapped it down and it probably took, 45 minutes maybe. And I scraped every last bit off of her thing. And then I'm looking at it and I'm like, wow, I do not know where that came from. And it's to this very day, it's in that exact same state. And I didn't want to sell it. I felt I needed to hold on to it. And I don't even to this day know what I would do to it. So I've just left it like that.
So good. And then when did you come into the CVP and what happened for you?
Yeah, last year, 2023 was my first year. It was really enticing because a couple of years before I had come upon the program one way or another. I don't know what the path was to that. All I do remember is finding the differences page somewhere along the line. I printed that thing out. I laminated it. I stuck it to my art wall. Try to have a way to get myself unstuck before I knew what that actually meant to you in this program. And then these two pieces then that you see, the thing that I did right out of the gate last year, day one, was when you all started talking about discernment. And I dropped my pencil on the paper and like, oh my God, I haven't even listened to you guys for 20 minutes and I already know what I need to do.
Yeah, you were really, really ready, you know, and this is the thing. It's an unlocking, you guys, you know, and that's why the progress is made. I mean, we give you all the information and we're amazing, but it's really you. Like what the magic is her, you know, is what Anne's doing here.
I still was using the same imagery of this fisherman and seacoast living and life and fish houses and wanting to bring figures back into my work again, which was one of my things last year during CVP, that I figured out a way I could do that. And that piece on the right, the woman on the bench, was one of those pieces. And I heard you guys talk about this, but I never recognized that it actually happens. But you put something together so fast, it was scary. And I literally felt like, oh my goodness, what just happened? And that piece is still in my studio. It's not going anywhere. I still have things to learn from it, but things like that happened then a little more frequently after that. Like that little piece on the left is about 20 by 20. The one on the right is a 3 by 3 foot. But even the one on the left, it had a ton more color in it underneath all those creamy whites and everything. And like, come on, Anne, do the discernment thing. You can do it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love the restraint in it. Yeah. And so
that one's a little less restrained, but
yeah, it's fun.
Yeah,
and so have you moved, you know, you wanted to do art and move it more central in your life? Has that happened?
Yeah, absolutely. Last year, concurrently, exactly at the same time, I said, I'm doing CVP. Then we decide that we're going to make a sideways move at home and do this. We had 3 requirements, and one of them for me was to get a larger studio. So now I have a larger studio, and it's been a wonderful experience because now I don't have to work on one piece at a time. Those pieces are 3 feet high and 4 feet across on the right. The other one might have been like a 40 by 60, but it's anyway, in that vicinity. And it allowed me to work on more than one piece at a time now. So now I don't overwork one piece because I really love the action of painting and putting things down. And I would then find myself just overworking something. And actually, people who I met through CVP and following things on Art2Life, if I posted something that had 3 stages before, they'd be like, oh, I really like that first one. I'm like, shoot, that's a lot of layers underneath where I currently am. And I didn't have a personal stop sign to stop myself. So
I love that personal stop sign. We all need a personal stop sign. You know, and she brings up a really cool thing about the Creative Visionary Program is the community aspect, to have people who understand where you're going and have a sense of the principles, so they can offer things that you can understand, you know, and relate to, and that stays with you. You know, we stay in community. Whether you're in the program, you leave the program, and whether you skip a year or not, everyone's kind of connected because we're all seeing what each other's making, you know, on Instagram and different places.
Right. And especially for me, it was helpful because I have had a lot of experience in art as an artist, as a designer, making all kinds of typography choices and color schemes and all kinds of branding stuff, except for myself. I felt super scattered for myself, but that one painting on the right was a painting I did after I did that other gold and blue piece from the earlier page. And the subtlety of that one, the second one that I did, I exhibited it at my Portland Art Gallery in Maine, and they sold that instantly to someone who was, oh my God, I love that. I could look at that every day for my life. I'm like, holy cow.
Yes.
So
So needless to say, you're selling work in galleries now and moving more and more into that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. You know, it's like when the work gets like this, it's just, it's almost like it's just a chain reaction. It's just a symptom of making really great work. People want it and they want to sell it. They want to buy it, you know, so all kinds of opportunities comes. Listen, congratulations. And really, really inspiring to talk to you. Thank you so much for taking some time today for all of us.
Yep, you're very welcome.
Yeah,
Thank
really.
you, everyone.
Okay, thanks, Anne.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we're just rolling. We're rolling. Isn't it amazing, you guys? I mean, really. And everyone's work is different. And so is yours, right? You get that. Stephanie, this is another artist, USA artist, amazing florals. Check her work out. Gwen Penny, she does these amazing, she works with black light, you guys, sculptures, these undersea worlds, like she's painting with glow in the dark paint with a black light. And you peer into these words, literally, they're just, it's so fun. She's out of England. Gwen, if you're here, you're so mind blowing. I mean, just incredible. Giti Muller out of Germany. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Look at these colors, you guys. Maureen Grayson, United Kingdom. I wish we could just stay in. I mean, Nikki Adani, she's USA. She did this incredible sculpture. She started in the Creative Visionary program with this vision of this little bird woman and ended up just diving into this. It was a little note that she posted. We start in the Creative Visionary program, kind of cataloging and getting what lights us up down on paper, little inspiration boards. And there was this little piece of paper on her inspiration board. And this was a number of years ago. But that little sketch, she didn't even know what it was. She just liked it. And that became the prototype for some sculpture she's made. And then she was invited to go to Burning Man and she got a huge grant and she built a 30-foot sculpture. It was a huge thing. It blew her up. And she's now, that sculpture is in another city and she's doing all the sculpture and painting. But it's just a classic story of just be open to what's possible. And but if she hadn't shared that, it would never have happened. Okay, let's dive into Amy's work. This is another creative visionary coach. There's her Instagram at Amy Livesley. Amy, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Hi.
All right, get ready to have your mind blown. We're not showing the before, but you're way beyond that now. But you know, I hadn't seen this piece on the right till last night. Is this new?
It's pretty new. Yeah.
Wow. So share with us what you're doing a little bit, and you know, just how you're composing these and what's inspiring you and what are you trying to do?
Yeah. Well, I'm really putting together things that I love in all of these paintings. And my main components that I work with over and over are using vintage photographs for references for my figures. because I'm interested in history and women in history. So they populate my paintings all the time.
Beautiful.
And sometimes they're specific people, but sometimes I like to find photographs of people that I don't know, or there's no way of knowing their names, and just kind of, I get to present them as somebody that we all can relate to in some way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like there's a story here that, that it's like a suggestion of a story, which I love. It's abstract, but it feels factual.
Yes, I love that idea. And that's something about having photographs as part of my inspiration and my process, is that starting with something that's factual, like a photograph, but then playing with that idea and getting far away from something as factual as a photograph. And that's where more of me comes into the painting.
Oh, yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
kind of what the abstract part is representing, is like how I'm looking back, or anybody looking at this painting is going through the process of trying to figure everything out.
Yeah. And you find, that part of your process is, I imagine going through old photographs, and for whatever reason, one of them will speak to you and then that becomes I love that. It's like you're discovering the painting by looking way back, and then
Yeah,
you bring it forward with you. I don't know.
right. And what I like too is that I think that people looking at the paintings can do that too, because a lot of times people see something about their own history, maybe, in the people that are
Yeah.
represented in the photo, in my paintings, and it's like a way into the painting for people, and they get
Yeah.
to do whatever they want with it, whether
Yeah.
memory,
Yeah. I
Hey,
love
Nick,
that.
could I pop in with a question?
Yeah, sure.
So Jacqueline asked a question that I thought would be great for Amy, because she also works from photographs in her work. And she's teaching some beginner level art classes and sells her art already. And she's just wondering if CVP is right for her, if she's already painting every day and doing some of those big things.
Well, I can answer that by saying that I didn't find my practice this way until CVP. So, but I was at a point where with my artwork, I wanted to go to the next level. I was at a place where I was kind of stuck and I didn't know how to get better. I wasn't really enthused, and I didn't know where to find answers on how to get better. And CVP for me took me to that next level. So I think, if you're ready to go on a journey and go someplace new, then CVP is really, it's so perfect. I mean, I think about when I first signed up for CVP, I was really interested in the tools of art making. And I thought, okay, that's how I'm going to get better. And Nick, you're so good at talking about the principles and making all of that so useful, readily useful. And I really sucked that stuff up and internalized it. But what I was not prepared for was just how much all of those tools that we can use in our artwork are also tools that weave into our lives. And it just made my artwork so much more powerful, because now I can look at my artwork and I can make decisions with much more clarity about what I want to do next, or what color, or, but the same is true with my life. I have so much more clarity about every decision I make. And so it's just really enriched my art practice, but my whole life. So
Yeah.
kind of a journey that you go on.
And how did, this transformation in your art, but can you just touch on this life aspect of, you know, getting your life, lifting that, it lifts the art, but the art also lifts the life. Like, how did that show up for you in you know, in your life now? I mean, like,
Yes. Well, I was ripe for a big transformation. I mean, I
really?
to a point, and it was similar in my life and in my artwork, because I mentioned I was just kind of frustrated and stagnated. But in the rest of my life, I was also pretty stagnated. I was kind of a lot of anxiety and fatigue and depression. You know, I just wasn't, I was really tired all the time. And when I started getting these tools, the principles, you know, finding differences and learning how to discover your unique responses to things, and make decisions based on that,
Yes.
it just started bit by bit turning things around. And there's an interesting, when you're doing that, it's so interesting how just making those choices and identifying what it is that you like gives you confidence. It's like, oh yeah, I do like that. And I can say that this is the way I think it should go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
It's like,
say that, it builds confidence.
yeah. Yeah. That's so good. It's so good. And it's interesting because your subject matter are women from that era who were really, they were there, but they were not, you know, the men were like pushing them out, you know, they were like the unsung heroes. They're there, you know, but they didn't have the voice. I don't know.
Right.
I may be making that up, and that's not part of what you're doing, but I feel that like these women are powerful that we're looking at here. They're being shown in a powerful way that we're not used to seeing in those vintage photos. You know, you're just kind of like, whoa, you're just pushing them forward.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm so glad that you see that, because, and I think overall, I kind of relate to that in my own transformation of
Yeah. Yeah.
feeling kind of not seen, or feeling like not quite developed as a photograph or as a factual
Yeah.
thing. I didn't quite,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
but now I exist, and dang it, it's awesome.
It's awesome.
Let's just show what these women were actually doing. You know, they actually could ride a horse, or they
Yeah.
didn't ride side saddle. They could, you know, they
Yeah. Oh my God.
things.
Wow, Amy, it's just so cool to see you and to see this work and to see both parts. Just wow, really. And I love this new one you did here with the cows just going across the sky like that. I just so good. So
Thank you
good.
so much. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing all that. And you guys, you know, it's just wonderful. The coaches just sharing really personally what their art is for them. It's just really it's really moving. Thank you so much. Awesome. Wow. Okay. Amy, wonderful. Okay, let's dive into another artist, Gloria. Hi, Gloria.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, good. Welcome. Sorry, we're coming at you a couple minutes late, but it just these all things kind of have their own schedule. There's her Instagram, you guys. I'll flash it back before we leave. But you know, your work is really kind of cool what you're doing with this watercolor, and you know, so tell us a little bit about before and what was frustrating or that prompted you to like go on this journey with the Creative Visionary Program.
Well, interesting because I did go to art school for a few years and then I switched to a corporate career. So in 2018, when I got back into painting and really trying to live my passion, I was drawn to painting natural, realistic pieces, but they didn't feel comfortable to me. And I was trying all sorts of mediums, like the one on the left is encaustic, then there's this watercolor in the middle and an ink on the right. And I couldn't make a decision for the life of me, but I knew they didn't feel like me. They were sort of flat. And I think CVP came along just when I wanted to break that barrier of realism to abstract. And in the first year that I took CVP, I sort of went full tilt and went into deep abstract. But what was missing was this really complementary, beautiful blend of the two. And I'm the type of person, I go into a restaurant, I want to try everything on the menu, and I was trying everything. And I realized I didn't have to really make a decision to pick one thing. I can use all the different tools that I had and all the different things that I loved and put this all together in a way that balanced my work, simplified it, and I really wanted to find that elegance. And
Yeah.
yeah, so I haven't looked back since. And then I took CVP again just to sort of polish where I already was and keep moving it forward. So it's been great.
Yeah. And that's, I think that word, the elegance, like this is like what happens, like boom, it just goes to a whole nother level. It's almost monumental, the feeling of it. It's when we think bigger, when we open to more of ourselves, that's what makes this kind of work. That's what's so exciting. This is you, but it's you. It's just like Amy, it's you. We see you, we feel you here, but not like this. This is deeper. And because it's more personal, it speaks to more people, which I always find interesting. The deeper we go, that took me many years to understand. We think it's like, well, no one will relate if it's just my own thing, but it's quite the opposite. This, we feel safe in this. It's like, wow, amazing. Are these acrylic or what are these?
They're all mixed media, and there are layers and layers under these. I know they have this simple feeling at the top level, but
Yeah.
underneath, there's just so much there because I think even as a person, I'm a complicated individual. There's a lot to me, and I'm seeing so much under. But then when I get to the top, I feel like I'm almost hiding a lot of that stuff because nobody needs to see everything. So I'm just picking and choosing what everybody's kind of getting here. And I kind of like that. It's, you don't know what's underneath, but it's all a part of me. There's
Yeah.
photography in here and staining and asemic writing. And these are all the things that I love to do. So
I
yeah.
love how you're just whatever you love, you're getting to bring in. And it's this editing, it's this discernment that we were talking about in the free workshop, you guys. This is where we're starting in the Creative Visionary Program. And this is everyone's work that you've seen today that you're moved by is because they've dialed up what they love. It's the discernment button, it's that dial. And wow, I love that that all of the things that are here, and you're not saying, well, I'm an acrylic abstract painter. It's like I'm just whatever I want to put in my work, whatever Gloria's interested in, that's my work. And it works. It works like crazy. These are really different, but they're the same. We can feel you in both, which is kind of amazing.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Are you selling your work or are you just doing this for yourself? Because this stuff, I'm sure you're getting a lot of like what's happening in that regard, the response to this new work.
I am selling it. I'm with a gallery, which is really wonderful up in Edmonton. And I've been teaching for a few years, just sort of dabbling in it. And that has gone sort of full tilt in a really positive direction. And I'm going bigger, which is really great. So I've prepped several panels and I can't wait to showcase that. And it's moving, it's always evolving, it's changing, but there's still elements of all of this, even in the bigger work. So I'm excited to see where that goes.
Yeah, yeah. Now, is this piece has sort of line work? Is this a painting or what is this? This is interesting.
This is actually thanks to Carolyn Miller. Like when she came up with one of her visual prompts things, this was really about looking at value and how things change. And I decided to test out digital for the first time in my life. So I went into Procreate and created my palette in real life and then transferred it over to digital and just started painting and drawing. And I loved it. I loved everything about this because it gave me the opportunity to test different things, but still end up with a composition that was me. This is a drawing I've done, but I blended the digital portion in there.
So
So
beautiful.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Great. Listen, thank you for sharing this. What a beautiful, it's so, I just love where you're pulling everything from and just bringing it together. Bringing disparate things together, but through the lens of yourself makes art that's yours. And this is just such a perfect example of that. I'm in love with this painting with the black and white, with the sort of floral, whatever that is. I just want to like go sleep in that flower for the afternoon. It's just so exquisite. So exquisite.
Well, thank you so much for everything.
Yeah. Okay. Let's stay connected, Gloria. Thank you. Okay. Well, I just want to welcome in Robert, Camila S. Lots of folks are coming in, and I get it. This is the way, you guys. Renee R, welcome. Eva P, welcome, you guys. This is huge. Sterling M, fantastic. Oh my God, it's going to be so amazing. And I saw Christine just a second ago say she just signed up. And there was a comment back there. I think it was Louise, but she was saying she signed up a few days ago and she hasn't been able to sleep and she's really nervous. And I just want to say that when you commit to something, and that's why we make this like, this is a big deal and we make it big because there's something that happens to you when you say yes. And your art starts to improve. You start to improve just by saying yes. The transformation occurs because you're in, because you say you're in, because you step forward. That's a powerful thing that starts to happen, and it happens for everybody. But I just want to mention that, and we haven't even started yet. So there's a thing that starts to percolate up that's really powerful. Okay, Jojo Collins. Look at this, you guys, amazing. There's her Instagram. Connie Fox. Really cool. Chantal. I love this piece. Strong work is just strong work. We love all of it, right? It's just, that's what I always find. Amazing. Brian Wall. I just missed Louise Fletcher. Talk about overflow, right? She's become this amazing instructor and this incredible artist. And it's that energy she has, right? That she overflows to people. It's just amazing. Okay, we're going to give away a few more things before we dive into the Creative Visionary Program ambassadors. Before we go into that, let's give some other things away, and we have some announcements. Okay.
Yay. Well, first of all, I know that you were saying some names from the signups, but I wanted to shout out some people who signed up, who they said it in the chat. So Yasmin, Marlene, Lisa, we've got Maritha, Kathleen, Donna. Lots of people saying they're signing up in the chat. So yay, welcome.
Oh my God, it's so great.
Yes, I know there's
so good.
So many good comments too. Everybody is just so overfilled with joy and emotion from this week.
Margaret saying, I can totally feel I've been vibrating higher since I joined. I can't wait to get started. That's it, and it's not a made up thing, it's like, it's that I always think of it like, you're on a water tower and all your friends have jumped off the thing into a lake and you're the last one up there and everyone's in the water and they're like, come on, jump. But it's scary. You're going to jump, but you're just looking down and then you're standing up and you're looking down and you're going to jump. But it's that feeling you have right before you jump. It's a nervousness. And this comes up whenever you're doing something where your soul is asking you to go a little bit further. And that's the energy. And it's really good. That's part of flow, is to have that challenge. It's not a bad thing at all. It's a life thing. It's a higher frequency. It's energy, So that's so cool.
Yeah. All right. What do you want to give away next?
Okay. I want to give away, I'm going to show you guys, this is ridiculous. And I hope we choose someone in the United States because we're going to give away all the boards you're going to be using in the Creative Visionary Program. And if you're not joining the Creative Visionary Program, you can use them because they're amazing. And these are These boards are, well, let me just show them to you. This is what you're going to need. They're kind of heavy, but this is your work right here. There's 18 of them. And what's cool about it is that we have these frames, and they all fit our frames. And the reason we have these frames is because you can take, this was a demo I did the other day. I don't know if you guys were on the call when I was speaking about intuition, but watch what happens when you frame it. And this is important. Check it out. See, it just becomes like the next thing, right? So it's just a really great way for you to like get your art out there and pay for the Creative Visionary program, right? But anyway, so we're going to be sending you, the next person, all the panels for the Creative Visionary program. So who are we going to send them to?
Okay, I'm going to pick Claire from New York. She said, I'm still surprised at myself for signing up for CVP, but I have absolutely no regrets. I have never been a part of a community like this. So welcome to the community and enjoy these panels.
Yes. Oh my God, that's so great. Let's give one more. You know what I think we should do? And this is because this could go, we can send a person a frame, one of these frames. I made these for my own work about 15 years ago. And what's cool about them is you can take a picture and you drop it in, and you just put a little glue in the corners, and you've got this frame. There's like a little reveal. So let's choose someone from the comments, Laura, and we will send you this. So then you got to make the art, and then you can use the frame. So
okay, you want me to just choose someone randomly in the comments?
let me see. Let's see. Let's see. I'm looking. All right, Cynthia Toten. Also, the lure of the community was huge in my decision to join CVP today. So Cynthia, we're going to send you this. And what's cool, you guys, is you can take your art and you can take different art and put it in there, right? It doesn't matter. You can just pop it and go, how does this feel when I put this, there's that one. And then you can put another one in. You can photograph it in these frames. And what a lot of people do is they post these, but they're just using the same frame. And so if the work sells, they just order more frames and then they sell it with the frame. But this is how I show my work in the gallery. This is how I sell my 12 by 12. So that's why we have the frames. We also have these for 18-inch by 18-inch. So okay, so Cynthia, write us in there and let us get your details, and we'll send it out.
Yeah, write to us at cvp@art2life.com. And just real quick, Nick, somebody had a question. They wanted to know if I was your daughter.
Oh my God.
I'm not. We're like a family.
Yes.
I've been working for a long time, but no.
No, but that would be fun.
Would be
I
fun.
have a daughter, but you have a daughter too.
I sure do.
Yeah,
And I love her. She's the best.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, she can't believe she's getting the panels. Awesome. Yeah, that's going to be really good. And they're done by machine, like we have a cabinet maker makes them, so they're perfectly square and they're sanded, and it's like took forever to figure out a resource for getting these. They're perfect. That was really hard. It's hard to cut up wood. Now, you don't have to do this. For those of you in the Creative Visionary program, you can just go to a lumber yard and they can cut this wood up for you. It's not a big deal. All right, let's keep going. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. We have, these are our ambassadors in the Creative Visionary program. Welcome, you guys. We have Carolyn, and we're showing their art, and they're all coming on, and I'm not sure all of them can be here with us today, but some of them can. And oh my God, you guys, this is so great. Thanks so much for being here. I just want to run through their work. So let me tell you what this is. There's people that do this program, and and you'll meet them. If you're doing the Creative Visionary program this year, there will be people in the community. There will be these ambassadors, but there's people that are just incredibly helpful. and they give really good feedback because their energy, they have a lot of energy because they're making their art and they get into it, but they have that overflow and they tend to be helpful. And so then they start coming in and helping in the program, and it's an ambassador program. And we just so appreciate it, but they're also artists. So we thought, well, how much better to share their work? So let me just go through, and then we'll hear from a couple of you guys. So this is Carolyn Hassard. This is Glenda's. Wow, this is a good one. Beautiful. Carolyn, Suzanne, Miriam, Ellen, and Tom. So, so anyway, for any of you guys, how are you doing? How's it going?
Good.
Good, good.
Great.
Carolyn, we started with you looking at yours here. Tell us a little bit about you know, what you're interested in and how your work's changing. And you're going to be doing the program this year, but you're also guiding people a little bit. You know, how do you kind of do that? And what do you see as helpful for people? And, you know.
I think my emphasis is always about the journey and the process. And I like the newbie mentality gives me energy. And so I'm always celebrating being on the journey. And I think that's the beauty of CVP is that we celebrate the journey, not the product. We celebrate the process as well as the end. What you see here is a deep dive into jelly print painting or jelly print making, which I've been exploring for the last year, which is completely different from anything I've ever done before. And the whole process of discovering something new and working on something new and doing that research, if you will, is informing all of my art as I go once again. So I think I view learning as waves and waves and waves. And a lot of people have been asking me about the CVP program, why we would take it twice or 3 times or 4 times. And that's exactly my answer, is that with every wave, you experience a deeper understanding.
Yeah. Yes, totally. And I think, you know, we all just take it for granted. I'm always saying, oh my God, there's so many alumni coming back, but people listening are like, well, what, they didn't learn it the first time, you know, but it's not like that. I mean, we just make art together. It's a season, and you're different when you come back, you know?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I see Ellen popped in here. Hi, Ellen.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. I think your work was right at the bottom here.
There it is.
So fun. And I just wanted to, you know, thanks again for your help with the Creative Visionary program this year. And you'll be making art. I just saw this and I was like, whoa, this dark one's kind of different for you.
Yeah, I did that last year. Actually, during CVP, I was working on that.
Wow.
And yeah, I like to have I love black. I do. So, but not usually like the whole background black.
Yeah. Is there something that you find that people who are coming in for the first time that you think you can kind of help them with, or like how you experience that? Or
I have heard so much already that mirrors the way I felt when I started CVP and what I've gotten out of it. Especially for me, it's like I remember my first CVP in 2018. And after the welcome call, I said to my husband, I said, if that's all I get for this, I've already gotten my money's worth, because of the way you talked about the principles and the mindset. And it just really resonated with me. And so the clarity that this program brings to my art and my life is just unimaginable in a way.
Yeah, it's been beautiful to watch since then what's happened. Can you just share one, like how this art piece and this life piece, how it shifted for you, like just in one way? I don't, because it's so interesting.
in one way. I can't think of just one way. It's so many, it's so many ways. I think that just the design and value, I mean, I have the words design and value in my head all the time.
Yeah.
Design and value are so important. And then that's quiet conversation and the loud conversation and one word, just clarity.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, well, I'm so glad you're with us this year, and I can't see to where. Yeah, it's just amazing.
I'm thrilled. I am beyond thrilled.
Hey,
It's a
Yeah.
great place to soak.
Could we maybe stop sharing for a second so we can see all the faces of our wonderful ambassadors?
Yeah, let's do that because I want to show their work, but I also want you to see and recognize these amazing, amazing contributors, you guys. And I am so grateful for your because you came because of your energy, and we saw that, you know, we experienced you first, just making your art and being so helpful, and it's just it's a big testament to the kind of community, the kind of people that come, you know. Yeah. So anyone, any other thoughts about, you know, what might be helpful or for folks considering this, you know, what you were scared of that was or wasn't a reality when you came in? What was the most surprising thing that you didn't expect when you came into CVP? Maybe that's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, go ahead, Glenda.
Well, so what I found very helpful, Nick, was when you said you are in the right place. Where you're at right now is where you need to be.
Yeah.
That really was helpful because I had done a lot of my own, you know, training on art myself. So I was like, okay, I'm going to be left behind. But no, I was somewhere kind of toward the middle. So there's, like you had said, on the path, there are people ahead of you and people behind you, and we all need to get in there and help each other.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that. And I appreciate you saying that because, you know, we always think it's like, oh, I'm this artist and I didn't go to the right art school, or I didn't do art for all these years. And then you can frame it another way where it's like, well, maybe how you've done your life is absolutely perfect. And now after all that experience and the fact that you didn't make art for 10 years, it's going to make it even better. What if things were perfect the way they've turned out? And I think it's that kind of frame because it's about possibility. You know, that's what the Creative Visionary Program is all about. It's about opening people's eyes up to what's possible for them. Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
Tom, I want to thank you. You've been here helping so much, a few years now. Any thoughts on just as we were about to start this journey together?
Well, I think if I'm counting correctly, this is my 7th CVP.
Oh, wow.
I think I'm counting correctly. And for me, what I got out of all the CVPs, but particularly early on is, and this is going to sound very weird, but, you know, we do the work, we make our work. But what I discovered is it's not about me. It's about sharing my joy. It's about everybody else. It's about helping people on their journey. It's about saying, you can do it. I mean, I know I can do it, but that's not important. It's you can do it. And so that's why from the very first CVP, people have come to me and said, help me.
Yeah.
Help me with my art. And so for me, it's really all about sharing my joy so that you can share your joy.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's it.
No.
Beautifully said, Tom.
So right on.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Carolyn.
The community here is so strong, and when you know the commenting and the reading about art and answering people's questions and putting my own questions out there, that piece of the talking about it or writing about it made it a lot easier for me to jump in and out of my art during the day, to take little breaks or come back into my art. When I left art school, I had nobody to talk to. I had nobody to bounce ideas off of. And here I've got a lot of friends. It has been so helpful.
Yeah. Yeah. It's about going together. I mean, I struggled
Oh,
for
yeah.
years by myself, you guys, and it was just what opened up for me by having people that were going with me has made all the difference. And that's why I'm just so excited about, there's no limit. Like, we're building something that's going to change the world. We're going to build the biggest art community and empower people to step into who they are and who they're becoming. And it's just such a great project. It's such a great way to move, and I love all you guys. Just the come from is so generous, and so I'm just really grateful. And all the coaches, all of us, I mean, really, it makes such a difference. So awesome. Any last minute thoughts? Denise, you're doing good.
I'm doing great. I want to give the thought to the people who are complete beginners, because
Yes, great.
before
Please do.
CVP, I hadn't really done anything since I was in high school, and that was like 40, 50 years before.
Uh-huh.
But I had gone to, I think, 2 paint and sip evenings and that was all of my experience with acrylic paint and painting.
Yeah.
So
And here you are.
it's
Here
just,
you
yeah,
are.
it's amazing. I'm doing painting, I'm back to drawing, I'm doing collage, jelly printing. I'm just trying it all.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Yes.
You guys, thank you so much. And I can't wait to see you. We'll be seeing you on Thursday.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Do it.
Bye, everyone.
Okay. Let's keep rolling here. Okay. There's Nadine's work. Again, Ellen's work. All right. We're going to take a dive into Suzanne's work here. There's her Instagram right there, Suze Luz. Okay. Hi. There we go.
Hey, Nick.
Hi. So good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right. Let me get your before after, which is pretty fun. Tell us a little bit real quick about what this is, what was going on before and what prompted you to dive into, CVP and what you were looking for.
Well, I've been an artist for most of my life, but I was getting pretty frustrated because I didn't know how to diagnose what was wrong with my paintings. And I even got to the point where I just stopped painting and I started writing. And I did that for many years. And a couple of years ago, I was at the ICB Open Studios and I ran into you, and there was a fellow there who kept telling me, you should take CVP. It's just so great. And I didn't really know that much about CVP. I mean, I had taken a workshop with you 18 years ago, but it was kind of before you really started the Art2Life program. And so anyway, I signed up for CVP and it totally changed my life. I learned about discernment. I learned about how to calm things down, how to edit. I learned how to just figure out what it was I wanted to showcase in my art. Before I love differences, and but I was getting so many differences in my work that it looked like, as you call it, a garage sale or a dog's dinner.
Yeah. Interesting, right? Because it's cool, but there's a lot here. But then all of a sudden it's like, whoa.
Yeah. So I started learning the principles and applying them. And it's along with the amazing community in this program, where I didn't feel like I was alone and I had other people's brains I could pick and, get their feedback on what was working, what wasn't working. And it's just been such an amazing, eye-opening program for me. And my life right now is pretty challenging, but my art is keeping me going and it's grounding me. And I'm just so full of gratitude for for you and the team and the rest of the community.
Yeah.
It's just, I think I got to where I really liked what I was painting, and that somehow translated then to other people liking what I was painting. And then I was starting to sell more and getting a gallery and getting in shows and winning best of shows. And so it just sort of took off. And
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I can imagine, you know, and I love the way you're saying it. Once I loved it, it brought other people, right? It has to start with you, of course. I mean, it's not rocket science, but that's actually hard, you know, to learn that and to take the time. And it's something that it's really the first order of the day, because we can't teach you this, but we can help you bring this out, you know, and using all these principles and the color and wow.
Right. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. Are these 12 by 12s here?
The one on the left is a 12 by 12, but the one on the right is a 40 by 50.
Nice.
So it was a big commission, and I'm in a tiny house, or fairly small house. So I work on my kitchen table. So the big paintings are challenging for me to work on, but I also have learned, you know, working in a series and working on multiples, as other people have said, kept me from overworking one, because I would just go, like, you know, work on it for 20 minutes and then jump to another one. And that kept everything alive for me.
Yeah. And I think, you know, you're the poster child for, you know, we think we need a big studio. I mean, this was me. I thought that I couldn't do fine art. I needed to have the big studio and all the things. And you're doing this at your kitchen table and you're just getting it going. And it's just so great.
Well, thanks.
Yeah. Wow. Beautiful color, the design, everything. Awesome. Well, make sure you read the comments, because people are loving your work. Louise is saying what you said resonates hugely. And this is the thing, and this is why we have so many voices, so many coaches and ambassadors, and we're bringing all these, you know, we have the psychologists coming and coaches and different voices that are speaking and teaching this content. Because, you know, what Suzanne, the way she just said it, like, I love that. Like, I found I had to start loving my work. And then what happened was other people started loving it, but they were waiting for me to love it. You know, like that. It's just, I've never thought of it that way. And the way you just said that is really fabulous. That's just, you know, these are the things that I write down, but that will land for other people. And we have so many alums that are in the Creative Visionary program that bring this kind of wisdom, that are people who are just a little further ahead, that can say something that can unlock you so you can go to the next step, you know? So
yeah,
anyway.
You guys totally unlocked me. That's for sure.
Yeah, no kidding. Thank you and congratulations. We're just cheering you on from the sidelines, really. I mean, it's just such joy to watch.
It was an honor to be here. Thanks.
Awesome. Okay, let's dive into Sally's work. I'm a little behind on schedule, but you guys, I'm not going to rush through this. This might go longer, but we got tons of things to give away. Not everyone can stay for the whole thing. I realize that, but I'm not going to rush through this. Sally, welcome. I'm not sure if you're here. You might be. I think so. There we go.
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome, Sally. There's her Instagram. Here's what she was doing before. Obviously, you probably have been painting a while before, but what were you looking for? What got you to take the Creative Visionary program? What were you looking for at the time?
I would like to learn more, like you talk about the art principles. I find so important, the differences that I kind of knew, but I'm not really aware of that much. And just making my work simpler, bigger and bolder, and more of me, because some of these are just plain.
Yeah. And then, so here's she went here, and that's what you're doing now, which is kind of amazing. And what year were you again? Was it when did you come through CVP?
Last year.
Last year. And then this work, is this since CVP or was this done in CVP?
No, this was like last year, a little bit later.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Wow, it's just beautiful. And what's have you, are you showing your work? Are you, what was some of the shifts that happened once you started making this work?
Well, I'm only on one gallery right now, and this is not the work that they know. So
Wow.
I'm kind of changing from what they're used to.
Yeah. Which is a thing, right? Because everyone gloms onto something that you used to make and they get used to it.
Yeah.
And you have to change, which you've done.
Exactly.
But yeah.
So important. I want to keep evolving and
Right. And you used to work at Hewlett Packard?
yes.
Wow. That's a world.
Yeah. I don't think I liked any bit of it at all.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So tell us kind of the sort of something that you found in doing the Creative Visionary program or something that kind of unlocked you. Was there, what was one of the main things that helped you? I think it's about simplification, right? There's this sort of overness here that, you still have that, like there's a lot and there's energy, but there's a restraint. How do you describe that? Or how did you find that? Or
I think you talk about discernment, and for me that's so important. Finding what I really love mostly, and having more confidence in my own decisions.
It's just beautiful. How big is this one on the right?
Oh wow, that's like 40 by 39. It's on paper, mixed media paper.
It's just beautiful. Really beautiful. And are these acrylic or are they oil paint or oil pastel in here?
Acrylic. And I'm not used to acrylic.
Oh, were you painting in oil before?
No, watercolor.
Oh, watercolor. Interesting. So when you did CVP last year, did you just say, okay, well, I'm just going to learn acrylic, or did you try and do it in watercolor? Or
I tried to learn it in acrylic, and then I did some watercolors from that.
Okay. Wow. Well, the principles at work, I mean, whether you do watercolor or acrylic, but, as I've said, many of you on this call, we use acrylic paint because you can change it. You don't have to stay with acrylic paint, but it's just a great material because of the rate of changing it. Yeah, really great. And I love the line work, just the thin, is that like pen or pencil? How are you getting those really thin lines in your work?
Yeah, that's a Posca marker. And
oh, yeah.
Yeah. And
yeah, that's what these are Posca markers right here. Yeah,
those are great. I love those.
Fantastic. Wow. Man,
and
I just love your color.
I always remember what you talked about with a line, let line be line. And I love that.
Yeah, right. That's great. We have shapes in our art and we have lines in our art, and to really let these different parts of our art, the shapes and the lines, be themselves, because you've really mastered that. I love how the thin line, that quiet conversation line just moves us around. I mean, it's just really great. And then it's solid primary, all these shapes, but it's the interplay of a line and a shape. For those of you guys from the free workshop, right, those are differences. A shape is a shape, and a line is completely different. A line gets to go everywhere, and a shape is a shape, and they love to be together and hang out. And when they're presented in that way, the way Sally's doing it, it's really, really powerful.
Cool.
Awesome. Listen, thank you so much, Sally. This is just really, really great. And I'm really excited. And I want to encourage you to really put this work out. It's so much stronger than the old. And I know that the people like to buy the old thing, but it's just they haven't been upgraded yet. It always starts with you first. The leader always goes out on their own, creates the thing, and there's not a lot of people around, but you are going to be inundated with people when you start putting this work out. It is so, so strong. And I want to congratulate you. It's just beautiful.
Well, thank you. I love what you're teaching.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, and here's, okay. Have a few more Instagrams, just folks. This is Courtney out of Canada. You know, it's fun. I see some of the artists that we just are posting here that are who are watching the call. So it must be fun to see your work come up. There's so many artists and we can't fit everybody in. I just want to apologize ahead. It has nothing to do with your work. It's just there's too much to share. Oh my God, Anne and Stacy, you're coming at
Too
the
much good
time.
work.
What was that?
Hey, I said there's just too much good work that we
There's
just
too
can't
much
stay
good
away.
work.
So we're gonna bomb you. We're Zoom bombing you.
Awesome, awesome. It's a
No,
good
no, we're
thing.
coming. We're coming to the party fashionably late. That's what we're doing.
Okay, okay. You guys, for those of you who don't know, Anne and Stacy, you're going to see their work in a minute. These are two of the coaches, two of the Art2Life coaches, and they're both amazing. You're going to see their work, and they're going to, we're just going to show, I'm going to show this work here, and then you guys can give away some prizes while I go, and I got to go move my car real quick, and then I'll come right back.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Juliet's work here, you guys, and you can't probably see it, but Juliet's story is amazing. She's this mathematician. She loves mathematics and numbers, and it was just so cool when she came through the program. She took her love of mathematics and numbers and processes and charts, and her art is incredible. It's a language, the language of numbers and mathematics and all these tables. It's just really, really cool. Linda Chown out of Canada. Everyone's on a different journey. Okay. Do you guys want to, let me stop sharing. You can give, you guys and Laura can hand out a prize.
No,
maybe?
Laura bounced. Laura had some things to do. She has to go take care of her baby. So Anne and I are taking over.
Okay. All right. Well, I probably need to stay here to hold up the thing.
Okay, there you are, Stacy. Okay, I have a comment to read. Do you want me to?
Yeah,
winning a prize.
Okay.
Okay, this is from Jenny Frazier from YouTube. She said, "Been ruminating over CVP for days. Just now cried, hyperventilated, and joined CVP. Feel much calmer now." So, Jenny, we're going to give you a prize. What's it going to be, Stacy?
Okay.
Let's do the Posca markers because we were just talking about those with Sally.
Yes. Here they are, you guys. They're really great because you can paint on acrylic on the painting, and there's something they're water based, but they're all, I don't know, they're really good.
They're really acrylic. Yeah, they're water-based acrylic, and you can draw with them and write with them. They're fabulous.
Yes, yes. Okay. How about one more, because you're here. How about, we talked about watercolor. We sell these on the store. These are these Viviva color sheets, and these are really amazing, you guys. We're going to
I want those.
Part of the CVP experience this year is I'll be teaching this Friday. I mean, I can't believe it's coming Friday. We're going to be using the journals that we did in the free workshop, you guys. Remember I was saying, get your journal, make notes. Well, I'm going to be teaching you on Friday the process that I want people to explore around how to use a journal that you're going to be using through the Creative Visionary program. It has to do with how you organize your thinking, and it's indexing stuff, and you're also making art as well throughout. So it's like, it's like a guidebook to what you love. And there's a whole kind of cool way, and it's called the immersion. I'll be doing that. It's an added thing. But these books, are going to be really helpful moving through the Creative Visionary program and then beyond, right? So you can really keep your through line. So we'll be working on these right away. And what's cool about it, these are great, especially for those of you who are traveling. Many people, for some reason, the beginning of CVP, they're going on a trip. They can't be, in front of their desktop computer, but they can listen on their phone, they can watch on their phone, but you can do your work in these journals, which is really cool. But you can also have these watercolors, and these are so minimal. This is a whole set of watercolors, you guys. They're these really amazing sheets. So all you need is your journal and this, which goes inside this, right? Inside it. And then all you need is just one paintbrush and a cup of water at a cafe, and you can be doing art, you can be experimenting, you can be doing the exercises, but it's a whole thing, right? It's a whole way of working with this. So we're going to give those away. Do you want to choose an amazing comment?
Okay, let's see. Let's see. Here we go. This is from Katie Teese. My motto this year was more creativity in 2024. I came across the ad on Instagram for the free workshop, and I am ready to dive into CVP.
Awesome. Awesome. So
Great.
we'll be shooting you a pack of these. These are they're really cool, you guys. The colors, they're the next level watercolors. It's from India. The company's from India, and I think that because they have such experience with dyeing silks and everything, I don't know. I've never seen anything like it.
The pigment's really great in them too.
Yeah.
They're really strong.
Yeah. And Stacy's one of our in the Creative Visionary program. One of her expertise areas is around materials. Do you want to just touch on that a little bit? Whenever we have a question about, does this work with that, or how to get this finished, Stacy's kind of our go-to, but she loves materials.
Yeah, everybody on the team
wait, don't
knows
you have
a
to
lot.
move your car?
Oh, don't you have to move your car,
Nick?
Oh yeah, I should probably moving my car, you guys. I have to go to the bathroom really quick. So, but I'll be right back.
It's code.
Can you control the pictures?
We don't need to. We're just going to chat till you get back.
We're going to just chat.
Right.
You're going to come
I have
back
a skateboard, and so I can skateboard down. I actually don't need to go, but I probably will because I'll be sitting for a couple hours. So,
okay, time out.
Just walk around.
Right. I'll be right back.
The block.
I'll be right back. Okay, I'm going to turn
there you go. Oh, you guys, I can't believe we're making this happen. I've got all of these windows open and on my computer. And of course, everything, when we go on, everything starts to freeze, right? So Anne and I know, always. But
that's all right. We can get through.
Yeah, that's okay. Let's talk about materials. So
yeah,
I love materials. It's not a secret. So I am a working artist for Golden Paints for the state of Utah. And what that means is I'm an educator, and I've loved materials from way back. I do bookmaking. I'm a sculptor. I work in jewelry. I use paper. I use acrylic. I use oil and cold wax. And my love for it has just given me a wealth of knowledge. And if I don't know the answer, I'll go to look for it. I know where to look for it, right? So in the program, we work in acrylics because, like Nick said, that it's the easiest thing to do because it dries so quickly. But whenever you have questions about materials, you can just, as you're going to learn in the portal, you can put your questions under every video. And we see them and we answer every one of them, don't we, Anne?
Yes, we do. Although if they're about materials, I send it to Stacey.
Then I get to answer them, which I love. But so we answer all the questions, and you guys everybody don't be. I know there's a lot of energy when you're first starting a workshop, and you want to have all your materials together. We don't really start painting for a couple of weeks. So if you have them, that's great. We can work in your journal. But there's some other deep dive stuff that we're going to be doing. So don't worry about that. You can do this class with colored pencils, or somebody did it with collage. It was all collage. So the principles apply no matter what materials you're working in. So we don't want you to go into debt for materials or to freak out about it, or you know, we have a great material list. It's very thorough. And we also, which I really love, tell you what materials you're going to need at what time. So like the first week, what you're going to need, the second week. So we kind of lay it out for you. So you don't have to worry about it or have them all done.
I saw a question in the chat from one of our ambassadors, Miriam, was asking about the journals and if there's a specific brand. And, you know, there isn't a specific brand, but I'll just show you what I use, which is this Rodeo, whatever. I think it's European brand, and it's an A5 size. It's like 5 5.25 by 8 and something or other. But I love it, and like the one that Nick uses, it has a little pocket in the back here that you can put stuff in. So
yeah, he loves his pocket.
I love
yeah,
that.
he loves his pocket.
Like
yeah,
like
and what's crazy is, you know, these are journal. This one's from the first part of 2023. But then when I open up the pocket, which I just did, there's always stuff in it that I've saved. You know, that is like, oh my God, I was going to glue that in, but I forgot about it, you know.
Do you ever find your notes and just go, wow, what was I thinking? Sometimes they spark ideas for me, and sometimes I'm like, it might as well be a foreign language.
Right. It's like, did
right?
I do that? Yeah.
Did I do that?
Yeah.
But you don't have to have a specific journal. You know, anything will work. And the paper is, you know, don't worry about it. They're just it's going to be a great place to keep your notes and ideas and through the program.
You know, having a book that when you open it up, right, and you've written in quotes that you love, poems, stories, information that for you is how you're figuring it out. I mean, we don't have that in our life. We just kind of wander around. We forget things, you know. I write down, you'll be able to find all the information, everything that you want to, you know. I've got these different categories, and for me, adventure is a really thing. You know, this is a whole category called adventure, you know, and things I want, like I want to go to Iceland, and I'm reading it now, you know, I want to do a Bali, I want to do a painting workshop there, right? So when I read it again, it's like, we got to do that. I got to do that.
Yeah.
I don't want to forget, you know.
It reminds you. It's a good place too. Like I found the couple of years that I did CVP, I just kept mine open while I was watching videos. And I would just write down notes. You know, I just write down, I was keeping notes, but I was also keeping notes of ideas. Because I would, you know, it was things that you were saying and that I was learning. But I always did this. I started doing this. I just put an I and a D, and then I'd know to go to, when I do that it's an idea that I have.
Yeah.
So now that's all in my journals. So and then those journals just become an object within themselves.
Well,
wealth of knowledge.
We'll be diving all into it. We're going to spend a few hours, I think, hours breaking this whole thing down. So.
Okay, we're going to bounce, but we'll be back.
Okay, all right. Thanks, you guys. Tracy loves the work hanging on the wall behind you, Stacy.
Thank you.
Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Oh my God, there's so much to do. All right. Next person coming up, Margie Thompson, one of the coaches from the Creative Visionary Program. There's her Instagram at Margie Thompson Art. Margie, hi.
Hey, Nick, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, totally.
Wow, great. Geez, I'm having so much fun sitting here watching all this fabulous art going by and hearing all these inspirations and stories. It's just been really fun.
It is just, it's my favorite day of the year, you know, just to see all the work. And you're the same, man. I just love what happened. Can you just tell us, you know, what you were looking for? And I mean, this is your work now, but you know, Margie's just blown up, you guys, and the work's incredible. But I remember talking to you about how you were, you know, trying to figure out abstract or realism, and you did. But in your words, what was the thing you were trying to unlock for yourself?
Well, I like Caroline. I had kind of a creative dry spell for a long time, and I'm a really believer that creative people really need to create. It's just something that's in there. You just have to do, and when you deprive yourself of that, it's in there, but it just needs to get an outlet. And I started painting again in 2010, and but I just really was having a hard time finding my way, and I was gaining skills and getting a lot of traction and painting things, but always feeling like I was missing something. There was just something that my work wasn't exactly what I wanted it to be, and I didn't know why, and I couldn't, I'd spent lots of time doing Pinterest and trying to figure it out, and trying to find someone else's work that maybe I could think, or try, or and it was just this battle with me, and I was painting these little tiny small encaustic bird paintings and starting to get disconnected from that, and feeling like I was just like, I love art and I love to paint, but there's something that's happening. I'm feeling really disconnected from what I'm doing, but I know that there's a piece there missing, and I found your program in 2020, and I have to say, I am an alum for 4 years. I did 2021, 2, 3, and every year I kind of became a little more stealth, but it was always this community vibe, being part of something that was one of the things I found I was really missing, was being connected to other like-minded people, and finding my tribe and my community. So that was one thing that I felt once I kind of got, these are things I think you don't really realize you're missing until you find them.
Yeah.
And then oh my gosh, this is just like amazing. So that was one of the things. But then also just, I was painting really small, and I was afraid to paint big. And there was a lot of, just fear to try new things. And I do workshops, and I would just freeze up because I was just so self-conscious about what I was doing and what I was trying to make. And so now it's like I am this program just really opened up. It was like the missing link for me. It just kind of opened things up, and it was like, it's okay to play, and it's okay to have fun, and art's fun, and enjoy it. And there's other people around you now they're doing the same thing. And yeah, you have frustrations, and yes, you have joyful moments, and there's someone there to pick you up and dust you off and get you going again. And and then I think one of the ambassadors, I don't remember which one, but he said this that you can do it. You can, and it's possible, and it's in there, and you just have to just drop the baggage and the fears and and
wow.
just let yourself be you. And that's what's so incredible about this program, is that that's what happens. You just discover yourself, and what lights you up. And it's like, one of the things you talk about is, it's like, if you like that, if it's a yes for you, do more of it, and so that's how I paint. I'm like, oh yes, I like that. Oh yes. Oh yeah, no, that's no, I don't want that. And so that's how I paint when I'm in it. But and then also the idea of things that light you up. And every day I'm always looking for those things that just like make me happy and make it more connected, more meaningful to myself as well as to my art. So
yeah, I love this comment, Jan, on Facebook. She wrote, "Why does a blue tree look completely right to me?" Because it's come through the filter of someone connected to themselves. And this is a hard thing to understand, and it's like, well, wait a second, why, like, how do you make art in a way that feels less self-conscious? And it's like, once you really know, and once you get connected more and you get more resourced, that the work starts becoming easier. And then it feels this way. It's got this quality, and it's you being you, and this is your art, and we love it, and we're drawn to it. There's no kind of heaviness to it. It's just so light. And this one in particular, this one on the left, when did you make that one? That's really going to someplace else. That's really amazing. Like, when was that one done?
The one on the left is actually new this year. It was one of the ones that it's a 12 by 12 on a cradled panel, and it's all acrylic, and it was one of those ones that I started, and I always say it seems like sometimes paintings get ahead of me. Then I put them aside and they sort of wait for me to catch up, and then it's like one day I'll wake up and go, oh, I know how to finish that painting. I'm so excited to get to it, and I know what to do. But there was a time span there that they were maybe a little bit ahead of me, and I wasn't able to just figure out exactly what I wanted to do. But and that's kind of fun when you actually catch up. It's kind of like, oh
yeah. Yeah, and usually, right? And this is, for people starting out, your art's behind, but it's you blazing the trail, and you keep telling yourself, I think I could do this. I think I could do this. And people might be like, well, you've never done art before and you're not talented, but you have this vision and this feeling of something that has to come out, but there's no evidence of it yet. But once you start to get evidence of it, that's where the self-confidence comes from. That's where the breakthroughs happen. But then it goes the other way sometimes. And that's why I'm pointing at that painting, because I don't know, I can't even articulate it, but something is new in that piece. And it's ahead of you a little, and it's probably a forecast of what's to come. But I haven't seen that one yet. So I'm just really, wow, it's really, really cool. It's just
that's
another
kind of
level.
the fun part is this discovery. You're just sort of like on this journey, and it's like, there's all these little nuances and things that pop up that is like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. I don't know what I'm going to do with that yet, but I'm going to, keep track of it somehow. I'll set it aside, or I'll, it'll be in those journal books too. Things that haven't quite they haven't quite reached their full shape yet. But it's coming, and it's coming, and it's so exciting.
Yes, yes, yes. We're unfolding, right? Most of the great things we can't yet see, but the only way to make it visible is to get in motion. And that's a lot of what we're doing with those books. Just the act of creating unlocks it. It's like that's the part that a lot of people don't understand. You can't think your way into work like this. There is no way. It comes from kind of groping in the dark and trying things. But anyway, it's just, wow, your work is stunning, amazing, and it just keeps getting better and better. That's what's so cool.
Yeah, well, thank you. I was telling a friend of mine that these journal books I was calling them the Rosetta Stone, that they're like there's so much in there that doesn't feel like me, but it is me, and it's like all these new marks and shapes and all this stuff that I'm learning that are gonna start evolving and coming out in the other paintings too. So it's just this really exciting thing. It's fun.
Well, we're lucky to have you on the coaching team, and you're going to bring a lot of wisdom to this year. So I'm excited. Thanks, Marge. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet. Okay, carry on. So much
All
more
right.
to get through.
Here we go. Mariam on Instagram. And like any one of these people, you guys, we could have a conversation with. They all have these amazing stories. Don't we want to talk to Kathleen? I look at this. Look at this. It's so cool. I want to know the story. It's amazing. Wow. Caroline. Jean Gonzalez Lomasto. Really. Look at the design, you guys. Look at that. It's so solid. The color. Okay, we got Nick here. I am so excited to talk to you, my friend. Okay.
All right, one second. Fuck.
And you got to hand it out. Nick, so good.
Am I there?
You're here, man, and I really appreciate you being here. For a lot of folks, you guys, they've never gone on a Zoom call like this or done something like this. And, we sometimes think it's kind of scary to post on Facebook, but I want to say to everyone who's doing this takes a big step up, and it's kind of like, I don't know if I can get my camera to work, but your work speaks for itself. And I'm just really appreciative that you decided to join us.
Definitely. And I'm glad to be here. As I've been watching, there's a through line to everybody's work, even though everybody is doing their own voice, I see a link through everything. I'm learning so much just today.
Yeah.
Need everybody's work.
Yeah, yeah, totally. So, Nick, tell us, this is kind of some of the work you were doing before. Tell us where you were kind of hitting the end of the road with this work, or were you, or share with us. Yeah.
Well, my background has been in theater design. I was a set designer and a costume designer for many years. And I always did some kind of artwork that wasn't related to design on the side. So these three pieces are pretty recent. The one on the right, it's in a show now and it's sold. But it's about 4 years old. And I was working a lot with texture and found objects. And the other two pieces sort of reflect that idea, except these are done on cradle boards and they're collage and acrylic. But I seem to be working in a really controlled, limited palette. And so when I decided to do CVP, I gave myself permission to try new things in terms of color and shape and composition. And, it really opened up a whole doorway. And I think I probably had these skills before. I just was too timid to try them because I always had thought of myself as a designer, not a painter. So I think that the program gives people permission to try new things and not be afraid. This is recent. This is
awesome, dude. I mean, and here's the thing, look at that painting, you guys, and then look where he was, right? So it's not like he's reinvented himself utterly, but it's just, I mean, I love how this one references what you were doing before, but it's just it's just so strong. The color is carrying this, man.
And I like, as Stacy has said, she loves texture. I love texture too. I always start a piece with the background's always going to be textured, whether it's paint texture or applied texture. This has, I don't know how many layers on it. I've lost count. Wow. But that's, I think, kind of a hallmark of my work. It always has been. And I think it has to do with my previous life as a designer, where you're using texture a lot in creating, an environment, or with costume, you're using fabric and embellishment. So, my work reflects some of that, I think. I mean,
and in theater, and I often use that metaphor, because theater is like life, but we know that we're going to be looking at life from the audience, and we want to organize things so they're optimized, so they're kind of extraordinary, and the way you're using color, your design. And I know you know all this because you're in theater, but can you know what I'm saying? Like how you must bring that to your art, this is like one moment out of a play, or
It's true, because when I started CVP and I think when I did this series, and the one on the left was at the end of CVP. This was part of the series that I did. I would look at a canvas and imagine that it was a stage, and when you have a blank stage, you put things in it. You create the design and the color and the texture and the value, and there are all sorts of things that happen in it. The lighting helps. So I'm approaching this work in a similar way. It's like I've got this blank slate and I can do anything I want to it. And I'm allowing myself to be a bit freer. The ones in back, these are 3 18 by 18 panels that I just started. And they're not, they're just starting out. But I'm allowing myself to be bold with the color and the shapes and not worry about the end result.
Yeah,
I think that the program, there are a lot of things that I love about the program, but one of them is just it gives you permission to try anything and everything.
Yeah. Because how else are you going to figure it out, find your way, what you like or what you don't like,
And also the community. I mean, that's the biggest part of it. It's like I now feel I can post anything and get feedback from everybody.
Yeah.
And it's so reassuring.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that certainty that you're in your home, you know, you have a place. Yeah, no, dude, I completely agree with you. It's helped my art immeasurably, and what I'm willing to try, you know, I'm trying things that I haven't done before in Art2Life and in all aspects of my life, and I just feel like I'm kind of held, you know. You guys aren't going to beat me up because I flub up, you know, because I'm all about trying to do better and I'm learning still, you know. It's just like that's what's powerful, right? Like we're just learning, we're evolving and we're growing and we're changing. Really beautiful. I love the texture on this one on the right with just the overlap, the colors.
That was part of 3 pieces I had done for a show about almost a year ago. Nothing like that. I mean, they were in the show, they didn't sell. I got the canvases back, and they sat for months. And so I just started, you know, layering with color and collage. And I mean, I don't know how many layers there. I have lost count. There's so many layers under that, which is fine because it has a history. That's the other thing I'm hoping to do with my work, is to create a story, like a lineage.
Yeah.
So that as you look at it, you're seeing something beyond what is on the surface.
Yes, yes. What are the dimensions of these? Like this one here, Jennifer is asking.
There are 4 of these. These were 12 by 12s.
Yeah, wow.
And the other one that you referenced before is a 16 by 16. This one, that one.
Yeah.
Right. And now I'm working 18 by 18. I've committed to doing that.
Yes, that's a good size for you, man. It's really,
Well, it gives me the freedom to take what you're seeing on the right and just blow it up. I mean, you know, and it's really liberating. Like these pieces in back have been very liberating so far.
It's great. It's great. Well, you're on a roll, man. This year is going to be huge for you. You know, in the next year, your work, you know, this is what you're just kind of like the moment you got it, man. You're just cruising.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for popping in. Really, it's inspiring, Nick. I love watching it.
Thank you. See you later.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Wow. Look at that. Woo. Oh, thank you.
We're popping in again for some prizes.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, I love seeing Nick's work.
I know, right?
I know. Everybody's. It's just so fun.
Okay. What are we giving away? You want me to?
Well, yeah, you can say I can read the quote first, whatever you want.
We have one of the.
Here it is.
Okay. Give me the quote.
Drum roll.
Okay. Could be in Hawaii, I think, maybe. Shar Freeman. It's never too late to begin again. I am looking at 75 years young and feel like I woke up to a 15-year-old. Mahalo. Thank you.
Yeah. This has nothing to do with age, right? And that's what's so great, you know. In fact, you have an advantage because you have more life experience, right? You have more stuff to draw from. But I think you guys know that in the audience, right? This is nothing to do with that.
So what are we going to give away?
Okay, so let's see.
For Shar.
Oh, I know. I got it. I'm looking for it. Hold on. This is a good one. This is a trowel. These are
Ooh, baby.
Yeah, and these are amazing.
Here's mine.
I tell you guys in the audience, you know, these trowels, you want rounded edges and they're flexible, and that's what's amazing about it. And this is one of the things we go over in the Creative Visionary program, how to create surfaces, like literally how to do things, you know, because that's part of it. It's not just like, you know, express yourself. It's like figure out the materials and the way to use materials that speak to you. But when I'm painting, I've got a trowel in one hand and a paintbrush in the other. And, you know, I use this constantly. But anyway, so let's send her this amazing trowel.
Okay.
Great prize.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I've got another quote here.
Okay.
Another comment. Very simple, but I love it. Jan Conway says, you give us the information to find the key within us. It's like a treasure hunt, the best ever.
Yeah. Yes, totally. Is she, so you said her name's Jan, is she on YouTube or?
Oh shoot, I didn't know where
I
that
don't think
was.
we
I'll have to
know
go back and
that.
find it.
Okay, Jan, let us know which color you want. Do you want the Kalahari brown, the aqua custom color? By the way, these custom colors, these are just cool colors that I like, and we use them in workshops. But when you buy the paint, a lot of people buy the art kits. You don't have to buy the art kits to do the CVP program. You can get colors from all the colors. We have a materials list. It's all listed out. There's warm and cools, but so it's important. We want you to get the exact, the typical colors. We'll name them, certain blues and certain reds. But this is the size that comes in our art kits. We'll be giving the entire CVP art kit away today, but this is the size. So these are twice that big. These are giant, and this.
So just so they know, Nick, the small ones are 4 ounces, and and those that you have in your hand are 6 ounces.
Yeah, no,
Just
the
so
ones that I have in my
people can tell.
hand, yeah, I think these are.
The giveaway is 6.
I think
but
these are 8, aren't they? I think these are 8.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, 8.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
they're 8.
Okay.
Okay, so
even better.
Jan, there she is, and she already said some cool things. So great, Jan. So you want the Moroccan one? Okay, great. We'll send that to you.
Better
That's
write
good.
that down, Ann.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, I got it. I got it.
Okay, we're
All
good.
right.
We're good.
Can I ask one question that might pertain to a lot of people?
Yes.
Somebody who's considering. She said, because she's watching all the beautiful art now, and she says, these pieces bring me alive, and I want so badly to paint like this, but I get scared and shut down. I think because I'm afraid to be free with my style. Will CVP help me overcome this fear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who in the audience here can relate to that brave comment? Listen, everyone struggles with that. This is what we're doing in the Creative Visionary Program. I get it, but we all struggle with that. We all question our worth. We all are afraid to say something out of step. We tend to want to stay in the background. This is just natural for a human being. But when we can come together and do this, we can support each other, and then things can start happening, and we can move bit by bit out into the light and make our art stronger and stronger and stronger. But it isn't natural. I think we all struggle. I know we all do. Me especially. And it doesn't ever totally go away, but the byproduct of making art is a confidence where you can say, you know what, I'm not feeling the greatest, but look what I made the other day. Like, something's going right. You guys get this? Yeah, totally.
Can I address that, Nick?
Yeah, please.
I would say too that one of the things that's really great about the size of this community and the energy of this community is when we do share something like that, we realize that we're not the only ones that feel that way, like you're saying. And there is, I've been making art my whole life, and I still, it's not a linear path. And that in the program, we support each other that way, and you'll see people having the same comments, and then you get to a place where you feel safe within this community, because it is a safe, really supportive community, and you start sharing things, and you get, all of a sudden you're talking the language of the art. You're not even thinking about whether you're afraid or not. So the process that we take you through, you have to trust us. We've done this a long time, and we're all here to support each other, and we're at all different stages, and there's people ahead of us and behind us and next to us, and it's not to worry.
Juliet on Facebook, thanks for posting that. She said, yes, you will learn that you don't have to be the best. You just have to be yourself. And you guys, we can't figure this out without the reflection of others. We need each other. Don't go alone. It is the word. It's so hard. And I'm going to underline that. It's a theme of today. The progress that's happening here is because of all of us, because of a community and the support that we give each other. It's really, really amazing. Okay. Yeah, we're still live. This is live. There was some questions going by. This is actually happening. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep rolling here. We got lots more to look at. Sheila on Instagram here.
Hey, Nick, just
Oh
before
yeah.
just before you keep going here, I just wanted to remind everyone, if we called your name out for a prize, please remember to email us at cvp@art2life.com.
Yes, awesome. And I just want to say, below me, we're getting all the light blue. We're going into the blue territory now. Ailey's filling in this amazing mural of all of us. This is our community, you guys. It's just so friggin' amazing. I just want to say this is going to be the most spectacular creative visionary program we have ever had. The teachers that are coming, the numbers of people that are coming, and we are so friggin' fired up to do it. We have so much energy, and we do this once a year. And I am telling you, man, everything that we have been working towards for 6, 8 months is about to start. And I am over the moon with the response to what we're doing, the people who are coming in, the coaching, the people on the creative team, the whole team. We're just like firing on all cylinders, and it's because of you guys. It's because and it's you can feel it. I hope you can feel it, because it's really palatable over here. Look at this one. Wow, this is cool. Joe Charlton. What happens to me is I see people's work on Instagram, then I spend 20 minutes looking at their work and where they came from, because you can see when you go through people's Instagram when CVP came in, and it's like, oh, that's what they were doing. You know, you can figure out the story, right? Just some really strong work, you know, and it's gonna be getting better, right? None of us are gonna really actually arrive. We're always evolving. We're always getting better. Okay, we're going to dive into Miss Stacy Phillips, creative visionary coach extraordinaire, and I think everyone's really excited about all that stuff you're making behind you.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Me too.
Now your
Yeah.
work's changed a little. I mean, you're doing these portrait stuff, so tell us about that.
Oh, well, I used to do work in the figure when I was in school years and years ago. And I was telling people before, I'm a mixed media artist. So I have a body of sculpture that I do. I work in jewelry. But I hadn't done the figure. I was doing the figure in sculpture, but it's different. And so I always loved to draw, but I never really had the patience to do it. And I've just kind of settled into it for the last couple of years where I'm teaching myself, I'm relearning. So I'm really, that's kind of my thing right now that I'm really interested in is the face, our faces, gender, and be mixing my abstraction with the idea of the figure in mind and how I communicate that. Because everything is abstracted when we're doing painting, right? But
Yeah.
you work from realism. I found for me that I start everything with play because I love playing with my materials and I love that mindset. And we'll talk about this in CVP. I love that mindset of not having an idea. And just really responding to the materials. So I start that with play and then the figure, and then I introduce the figure into it. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about the direction these are going.
And I love that you brought that up, this idea of play, because it is an integral part of what we're teaching you guys. You know, there was folks, you know, Fee was saying, you know, I feel like I'm an introvert. Could I fit in and everything? And it's like, when we play, right? When we drop into who we are and we're not trying to make something, we're just present with it in a playful way and we're exploring. It's pretty fun. You know, it's just and it's something we do in the Creative Visionary program. We're teaching this as bringing this into your practice, because when that happens, you kind of tend to make work that's personal and it's easy and it's kind of fun. And so leveraging that as a way to come into your work is what gives you a lot of insight as to where you need to go, because the work feels like you and you made it and you're kind of like, it's not stressful and it's really fun.
Right. And I think it's like having a conversation with yourself. You get to know yourself through play because you get to know what you choose and what you like. And And if I was to say anything to, people that are starting CVP or myself, if I was just starting it, I would say to try to not have any particular goal in mind as far as I think intentions are different, and we'll talk more about this. But I think the mindset of going into CVP and staying open is where you're really going to learn. And that play stage, and to be open to that and learning the principles and really diving into that is a really good mindset.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, you've done a lot of coaching. We've done destination workshops together. And like, what is one of the main things that you see people struggling with, that especially people who are coming new into CVP, that you need to like remind them?
Yeah. Well, as a teacher, as a coach, what I try to do and what I want to do is try to show up for people where they are. And one of the, there's several different things that we share together, that we have in common starting. But I think sometimes I see how I can verbalize this. We might know the principles, like we can say them, right? I can tell you what value is. But it's different when you put it into action and start using the materials. I can have a fantastic show in my head, but until you really put it into action, and this is hard because it's humbling, because in my mind and in our minds, the work is fabulous, but you need to put it into action and play and do whatever it is in order to have that material respond to you. And that's where you're going to learn. And then also the principles, like it's very easy, and we'll discuss this as well. It's very easy to get stuck on one piece and just gnaw it to death, right?
Yes.
And you wonder, you say, oh, I don't know what else to do. I'm stuck, right?
Yeah.
Trust that by learning these principles, and I don't mean just reverberating them in language, I mean learning them in action as well. Yeah. Those are giving you tools that now I can be in my studio and I can look at this piece in the corner and go, those values are off.
Right. Right.
And now I know how to fix it. So I think that's very common.
Yeah.
That we want to be somewhere mentally that we're not, and we need to give ourselves time and space to play with the work and play within our mindset.
Yes, yes. Stacy, it's going to be an awesome year, and
I'm
right? Excited you're a part of it, of course, and it's gonna be amazing. So thanks so much.
Me too.
And
thanks, darling.
Awesome. Okay.
See ya.
All right. Let's dive into Linda's work from Australia. I've got a few people's names while Linda's coming on. Marita, Stewart, Helena, and Julie W, and Minnie T coming in. So congratulations, you guys. Linda.
Hi, Nick.
Hello.
Lovely to see you.
What time is it in Australia right now?
It's called 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, that's right. The 12 o'clock time is like 6 in the morning. Yeah. Okay, so Linda, share with us what you were doing before. And that photo on the left is actually a paintings. I just, because at first blush, it's like pretty amazing, but this is kind of the work you're doing. What were you hitting up against that made you venture into CVP?
I just felt at that stage in my life that I wasn't in my work. I didn't feel myself in my work. I felt as though I just felt really disconnected. And I knew there was a part of me that I had lost along the way, and I was desperate to reconnect with that part of me.
Yeah.
So that when I saw you on the internet and heard about CVP, I was just chomping at the bit. I thought, this is what I really need. This is going to help me. So, and
it's interesting what what does that? You just know that I'm not where I need to be. I mean, that's just something you felt inside, right? You hadn't made the work yet, but how did you know? Is it just like a Like, describe that feeling. I'm just so curious.
I just felt like something was missing. I didn't feel that in the work there was the emotion, and that it was me, that it was fully me in the work. It was just it's actions, like a
Yeah.
series of actions making the work. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
And it
And
wasn't enjoyable for me
yeah,
anymore. Yeah.
and you
It
can
was turned
feel it. It's
on.
just like it's performative in a way, you know?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I felt as though, I had to make everything perfect, and it was all filled with pressure, and it just
Yeah.
wasn't a good
Yeah.
experience.
And then you came in and you look at this, you guys. Wow. This is so amazing.
Thank
So
you.
amazing. Wow.
Yeah,
So
well,
tell yeah.
I've always been interested in portraiture, and I'm very interested in texture, like Stacey, in different surfaces. So a lot of my work has a variety of textures, and that was something I never really considered much before CVP, and that's been a wonderful discovery. And these works, usually I start with just playing. Often there are many paintings underneath
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
final.
Yeah. I'm just
Yes.
looking, just so you know, I'm on YouTube, and people are just Josh and Connie and everyone's just like they just wrote wow. I mean, it is just I just want you to hear how impacting and how powerful your work is coming across. I just want you to soak that in right now, because what you're doing is so connecting for people. It's just really, really powerful. Wow.
Thank you.
You
Yeah.
know, and this is interesting, and I it's this piece here that made me think of it. And this is like a teaching moment. I don't know if this is even should be, but when the painting, the color, the texture, the message, the realism, when everything is supporting everything else, it's like the whole thing's in harmony, and it's just powerful. There's not one, everything's just delivering, everything's contributing, and no one's overstepping. It's sort of like what we were talking about. It's like theater. Tell me about this piece on the right. Like, tell me about that one. That's really
The portrait? The portrait?
Yes.
That piece, family members said that it reminded them of a family member, but it wasn't based on a family member, but I'm sure that those things come through in your work. And that was actually painted on top of probably about 4 other paintings. And it contains a lot of collage in it. I'm really interested in kind of Japanese headdress, and I also really love the jacket, which is kind of got all these scratchy line marks in it that go through various layers.
Yeah.
And I think I used kind of like a comb tool for part of the headdress that hangs down. That was just a very lucky mark that worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting, when we see this kind of work, right? Like these are specific people, but there's just something connecting about the emotions of it that are universal, right? Like, so these aren't people or it's just the feeling of people. Like, tell me about that. How you
Okay. Well, the one on the left with the dark background is an image that I've had for about 10 years that I used in an art piece a long time ago. And I was always very intrigued by what she was thinking. And I have actually painted this many times. And each time it looks quite different, as paintings do when you paint them. But I'm just fascinated by faces. I just kind of made up, I was just using the face as the basis for these, and then just creating everything around it. So yeah, she was just someone that I was very fascinated by.
Yeah.
And I've had comments from people about what you were just saying about, even though it's not someone that you know, that the feeling that you get when you look at them is something that other people can feel.
Yes.
And that's
Yes.
been really lovely to have that feedback, because
Yes.
after CVP, I didn't just do portraits. I did a lot of abstract intuitive landscapes, and I had an exhibition of those. And one of the comments was that the person who was looking at them felt like they were the feeling that you get when you're just waking, when you're between dreaming and coming into the world. And I thought that was beautiful too. And, you know, people said they could relate to those landscapes, although they'd never been there, and they weren't based on anything. They were intuitive.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're speaking to universalities, right? And that's powerful, right? Like these are portraits, but they speak to us. You know, it's like the bigger sense of it. Like we can just feel, we know these emotions, and that's something else. That's really, really incredible. And, you know, like, I don't know, it's just really, it's so obvious, everything we've been sharing today, but this is just such another example of it. Really, yeah, so good.
So I don't normally start with an idea. Like early on, I kind of tried to do that. This was even after CVP, and it was just the death of anything. So I don't do that. I'll just start with a background. And these, for instance, I have images. This is my sister when she was younger, that I love, and I often think about how the values of that small postage size black and white image might work in with this abstract shapes. And that's, you know, I just look for an image that might work within that area.
Yeah, yeah. Wow. Well, just like so many of the guests today, I'm just so excited. I just can't, we're just cheering you on, man. You're just on such a great roll with these. They're powerful. They're unforgettable. They're really, really
Thank you.
stirring. So beautiful.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much, Linda. Okay.
Thank you.
Wow. All right. Okay, we're just rolling along here. Robin's work, another really interesting artist. There's her Instagram. Deborah Ratliff, US-based artist, gorgeous. And before we dive into Anna, Stacy, did you want
Yeah, let's see if Anne's going to pop in with us. And you want to give something else away?
Yeah, sure. While we're bringing her in. Oh my God, we got Anne here too. So let's see. Yeah, let's see.
You have a couple comments?
Okay.
I have a comment.
All right.
Okay, it's Martina Columbres. She said, I did the destination workshop last year and it really made a difference. The days were very inspiring and reminded me the joy of sharing this experience with all of you guys. This is one thing I'm going to do for me this year. Ready to jump.
Okay.
Sweet.
Okay.
Sweet. Let's give it, how about a paint guide, Nick?
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. And we'll do the paint guide, but we'll do it with the paint spreader thing, because these are more common, but these are kind of groovy too. These are great. They're bowl scrapers. They're actually used in cooking, but they're silicone and they just are awesome for making surfaces on paintings, for smoothing stuff. So we'll give both of these away.
Great.
Okay, and show some art, and then I'll find another comment. Just a little behind here. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. You want to pick one more thing to give away?
Yeah. So let's see. How about now this will have to be someone who's signed up for a CVP, because I think we should the boards are a thing. Now it's got to be someone in the United States because we can't possibly get them to Europe in time. But
well, we've already given the boards away, right?
okay, how about a frame?
And then we've
one of these frames,
then we've got
let's
do a frame.
These are great. We can ship these anywhere.
Yeah, let's do a frame. And
Okay.
they're so beautiful.
Here we go. Sally Wimpress. I have no idea where she is. Oh, I think it's the UK. Is that okay?
That's okay.
Well, it's gotta be. She said, I've signed up. It is a surprisingly emotional decision, probably as a result of sleepless nights thinking about it. My Friday is now set. Cataract surgery on both eyes in the morning and immersion call in the afternoon. My husband gave me a nudge saying, early birthday present? And I said, yes, please. Oh, sweet.
Oh, that's great. I love that.
And it's really a cool thing. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, to remind everybody that whose names we're calling out, to please send an email right into cvp@art2life.com. And let us know your name and the price so that we have your address to send it to.
Yes. And Natalie W., I see you. She just signed up for CVP, so congratulations. It's something we kind of joke about in the program, that, the people that are in your life with you, there's all this side benefit, like what's going on over here, how you're getting so fired up and so excited. So there's all this spillover energy, and you don't be surprised if, people in your life end up, getting like they get kind of caught into this because they see what's happening with you and they just kind of get this side benefit, Okay.
I have a really good quote here from somebody who's repeating CVP, because I just love the way, because people always say, why are you doing it again? And this is just brilliant from Pam Church. Returning each year to CVP is no different than traveling to your favorite vacation destination. No one ever considers whether they want to go back again. They just book it. I love that.
That's right.
That's so true.
That's great. Oh my God, Anna, Davey.
Okay.
Welcome.
Carry on.
Okay.
We're
Thanks,
bouncing
you guys.
out. Yes.
Hello.
Hi, calling in from Australia.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love that behind you. Is that your studio wall?
Yeah. Welcome to the menagerie.
Okay. There's her Instagram, you guys. And here's the work she was doing before. And so you love animals, clearly, but tell us a little bit about what you're doing before and what we were kind of looking for, where you hit the roadblocks a little bit before.
Before CVP, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, like you say, I've always loved animals, and I just, in 2021, I started sketching, and I just had a big thing of graphite pencils from, all the H's and all the B's, and I just really got into it. What I loved was the sheer joy of actually zooming in and getting the detail. I just loved studying them, because what I love about animals is that I like things in the wild, because it's kind of like, what a privilege to see. I mean, I see a bird and it's just a magpie or something on the street, and I get excited and I stop and look at it, and sometimes I talk to them. And most people I've noticed don't notice, and maybe, it's not their thing. But for me, I just love nature, and I love the idea of, zooming in and really studying them. But you can see from that magpie in the middle there that I had no clue. It's straight out of the tube. And I had no idea I was a bit frustrated. That was kind of like my first real acrylic painting. And I thought, I just don't know what to do. And so by chance, I came across you on Instagram. And I thought, I wonder if because I was really looking for something that would give me more than just learning the tools, which of course is important, how to use paint and how to blah, blah, blah. But for me, like, the biggest tip I would give somebody if they're trying to work out whether they want to make the leap and, and invest in CVP is that I watched this artist party this time last year, and I think about where I am now as opposed to there. And while I was watching that, I was going, wow, look at, this is beautiful. But that was really me saying, I can't do that. I'm I can't possibly be as fantastic as that. That I was inspired, but my mindset was, well, I was comparing myself. And what I've learned, the big thing for me is that I learned you can't compare. It's all art. I mean, I guess it's like music. Like I can love Beethoven and I can love Metallica, but you can't compare them. They're all music and they're all individual. So I would say that for me, coming from this before stuff was the sheer love of the subject, which got me going.
Yes. Yes.
But it was more about my self-confidence or,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so I'm going to show you her work now, you guys. And so self-confidence and connecting more to what she loves, like these pictures here, it's a picture of a bird, right? And that's her way in. But what happened, and I know Anna's work because I'm always looking at it and we've had conversations and stuff. She started making work that was of nature, but it has more of Anna in it. And this is where she's going right now. And do you see that? Isn't it amazing? Right? Like it's just such a transformation. This is a year, you guys. Really, it's just stunning. And and it's something I'm glad you're bringing this up because one of the challenges I have, or kind of a thing that I think about, look at these, you guys, that I think about is that for those of you who are watching now, who maybe this makes you feel like, oh, this is just way above my pay grade. And I want you to hear what Anna's saying. This is available to every single person. I am 1,000% positive from all my life's work of teaching that anybody who is interested can make art that they love, that's powerful. And this call is just sort of a small taste of that, but that's what's going on here. And so, yes, we're showing amazing transformations, but this is available to anybody here, and it starts by paying attention to what you love, right? But getting the information, it's everything.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to break these open more. Like maybe someone looks at this and says, wow, what a transformation. And it is, but it's hard this is what's good about the community as well, because it's hard to see your own stuff. And I mean, you can see I've got it everywhere. Yeah. And I put it up not because I think, oh, wow, it's fantastic. It's because I like to see, I like to look back at what I've done, and I can't put it all up, but there are certain milestones that are like that. The next one, the blue and black. So I think it's just one on its own.
Yeah.
That one there was my breakthrough bird.
I remember this. I remember this one.
Do you remember that? Yeah. And it was you and Stacey on the call. And I said, I'm kind of stuck. Like, how do I get the background to, I'm just stuck. And Stacey said, why don't you do the background first? Which it sounds so simple. But I had always and of course I did sketch it there, so I knew where to kind of put it, but then I just went crazy. And it was the turning point. And I wouldn't have been able to do that without, some encouragement from you guys and having the bravery, because it does, CVP does give you just permission, just be in it. And don't, and like other people have been saying, I would say, let go of, like, I remember, doing the first couple of exercises and saying, oh, I've got to make something great, got to make something. But really it is something. And even if it's just an exercise, it is the doing. And we've been saying this over and over in this call. You get there by thinking about it. You've got to do it.
Yes.
And make a mistake. It doesn't matter about there's no mistakes anyway, because that's learning. And that's another big thing that I got from CVP that I didn't get from any other. I haven't done that much. I did my first art class, which was watercolor in 2022. Mm-hmm. And I didn't really learn, I didn't really learn much. I was a bad student because they had homework, but I just went home and painted birds and animals. And then I took them in as my homework. It was kind of like, what? Where's the tree? Where's the snow?
Right.
I just couldn't do it. And I knew that I needed to find something that would bring that out of me, I guess.
It's
You know?
just, it's been beautiful to watch, and it's fast. This is fast, and that's what we're doing in the Creative Visionary program. You can actually go to a new place quickly because you're being supported, because you're being given the information, and you don't have anyone telling you what to do. We're helping you become you, and that you already have. This was all there waiting. But yeah, really, really so fun, so good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you don't really need your hand held and being told what to do. I think that's another thing that I would say to people who are thinking of signing up. I too was a little bit, I'm not going to get actual, well, you do, you get your questions answered, but you're not actually speaking face to face. And I thought, I wonder if I can, learn from that. But you do, because you could tell me, put some green there or something, and that'll help, but that will be your I need to find it myself, and that's hard. Like, it is hard, and it doesn't get easy. The roller coaster continues, folks, so yeah, but it's hard. But if it was easy, then, well, we would all be doing it, and it wouldn't be art. It would just be whatever it is. I don't know what it'd be, really.
It's a uncovering, and you have to like lift things up and move things and sort things, and there's effort in that,
Exactly.
But wow, when you start to, and it's an unfolding, it's a process, and I mean, you guys, can you imagine where she's going to be next year? Like, this is what's so incredible. Really, Anna, this is just so great.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'm looking forward. I'm doing CVP again.
Awesome. It's
I really,
great.
because I really want to, I think I'm right at the stage where I need to, go, I want to go, and just want to see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah. And going much larger for you, all of that's coming.
I do want to go. Yeah. I've been dabbling with that. And I think, it'll be good to do the whole thing again and just delve into it.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much. And so inspiring, beautiful work. And there's her Instagram right here, you guys. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh my goodness. We have the world famous, the incredible, the Ann Arts, the Carmel-based coach, painter extraordinaire. Okay. We get to look at your work now. How are you feeling? Excited?
Oh, I am a little bit fish out of water doing this MC kind of thing. So let's just get this going.
Okay. You're so good at the MC thing.
I don't know.
So tell us about
this is why I paint.
Yeah.
Oh, well, these are just two new ones. The one on the right, I was doing some work late at night. I was talking to another painter friend who's in Australia. And I said, God, I just really want to paint right now. I just have this urge. And she said, just stop everything, get over to your table and just do something. And that's what came out. And I just think, I just love it. It was just it's one of these things where it's just an impulse driven thing. And I'm not a very planned painter. I just really respond to the act of pushing color around. And just so that was that.
Beautiful. This one on the right, I haven't seen this. So when did you just did this recently? Because I've never seen this one on the right.
Yeah. It's just on paper. I think I did it in January, and
wow.
I just have some heavy paper at home, which is fun because I always, when I get these urges, I want to be able to do it and not have to go to my studio and stuff. So I keep stuff around and accessible.
Yeah. Are these on wood?
The one on the right is on canvas. It's like 40 by 48. And then the other one is 12 by 12 on panel.
Mm-hmm. Wow. These just feel great. Beautiful.
That's on, that's
tell us what your these, I know a little bit, like they're landscape, inspired by landscape. I mean, how do you think about realism and landscape? And are you even thinking about that? Because that's a question we get from so many people. Will this apply to realism, or should I be an abstract art? I mean, how do you think of it?
Well, for me, a person who's like, I really love freedom in my life. I love freedom in my art. I don't really want to think that hard about it. And I really do react to what's in front of me, the materials, my mood, the color I feel like using. So that's more the starting place than any idea I might have. And, you know, so I think also this kind of ties into the fact that I listen to a lot of podcasts when I paint, so that my mind is over here and occupied. And, you know, I can just get lost in the materials in a more intuitive way. And it just seems to work for me. And you know, I'm kind of, I feel like I can't really even define myself. I was even asking Mariah, you know, on our team earlier today, I said, I just dislike talking about my work, because I said, what would you say? You know, so I was asking her, like, give me some things to say. And so she did.
Yeah.
She said, I wrote it down. She said, first thing that comes to mind is free-spirited, curious, spacious, boundless, full of surprises, truly you, which I thought was sweet, you know,
That's so
whatever that
sweet.
is.
But you get that, you guys, like, you don't have to have, you know, a PhD of an artist statement with all these kinds of words that you don't even understand. You don't need to impress anybody. It's just what you made. This work doesn't exist, nor would ever exist in the world if Anne didn't come into the world and make this. That's reason enough. You don't need to know the reason. And half the time you'll make more sense of it by looking back at it. You know, all I know is this is so powerful and it feels so like you, and whoever knows you, and you are all going to learn who Anne is in the program. They're playful, they're just sophisticated, but they're free, you know, and that freedom is a great way to describe it. I just love the line work, and I don't know, you know, that's a thing. You know, I used to struggle with that a lot. You know, I thought I had to have a big reason or something to like justify my work, you know, and you really don't. You just want to make it and then maybe figure it out or let other people figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the truth of it. You don't have to say a word, but I do think that the more you do, the more you figure it out. So you really just, and for CVP, you know, what it did for me is there was a period in my life where I felt like, you know, 20% of my life was art and 80% was everything else. And then CVP came along, and it was the first time since college where I really just concentrated on art. And I also, you know, I thought, okay, well, I've spent all this money. I really better take this seriously and do it.
Yeah.
And that was the thing, is like, it really, like, you know, a lot happens when you really have that focused attention on it. So that's really what was for me. I mean, I don't feel like I've got a major breakthrough or anything. I'm constantly transforming, but now art is now like 80% of my life, and the other stuff is 20%. So yeah.
Yes. Oh God. Can you just say one little thing about color how you think about color that might be, you know, it relates to CVP or relates to like what people watching, because you're doing something with color here that is incredibly seductive and beautiful. How do you do, or are you even thinking about colors? Is just you're just kind of intuitively working?
Yeah, pretty intuitively. However, you know, I know the principles. So I know that, you know, a light is going to look better next to a dark, you know, so there's some of that. And but you don't have to have it all like that. Like on the blue painting, that there's a top right area where there's a teal and like this little purpley line, and that there's a softness in that, and that's great because I've already got other stronger stuff elsewhere. And so, you know, you can have a balance. But color is something it almost draws me in too much, that I really want to learn how to limit myself a little bit. And that painting on the right was one of those where I did that. The one on paper, I said, okay, I'm just going to use 3 colors. And, you know, it's like 11 o'clock at night. I can't get too crazy. And I couldn't believe like how much I got from that, you know. So there's just tons to learn, and, you know, I'm still learning. And yeah.
Well, it's beautiful, and I'm so excited you're part of this creative team and what we're going to do for everybody. And our work's going to evolve too. All the coaches, my work, we're all going to be making art together. And so it's going to be a really power-packed 3 months. I'm excited. Thanks so much for jumping in, and I'm sure I'll see you in a few minutes when we're giving something away.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay,
Thanks.
awesome.
Bye.
Okay, let's dive into Scott's work. Hey, Scott.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, good. All the way from Scotland.
Yes.
Okay, oh my God. So tell us a little bit about what you were doing before and when you were doing this and what kind of what barriers or what obstacles got in your way that made you want to jump into the Creative Visionary program?
Well, I never practiced art in school. I wasn't interested in any creativity really until, well, I got into my 50s. It can all make sense now really, because when I think back of all the things I've done a lot of things in my career, but things that really excited me was when I was making things, personal things, I'd be even, building walls or just creating things in the garden. That was when I was happiest. So, and it was a difficult time in my life, and I get into yoga, and then I get into creativity, art. That wasn't long before CVP really. And I just had this feeling that I wanted to make things, and I can't really explain it really. I was always interested in art. I really liked abstract art. I didn't really understand it, and I didn't understand how to make it. And then I would follow along trying to find some sort of, something I liked or people that I liked, and trying different things, different materials. And then I came across you, and I can understand how everyone on this call, how they feel. I remember myself and taking that step, and actually being kind to myself and spending money on myself. And it just made sense to me, and once I got into it, then the whole thing just made perfect sense. So my work's changed completely, really. That one there, it's on the wall behind me. Actually, can't see it. It's gone a bit dark here.
Yeah. But I mean, I love that you speak of that. Like, so you were it was a big decision for you, or a hard, just sort of peering over the edge, wondering if because this is pretty, this is a whole world you couldn't have imagined for yourself. I mean, maybe you had a sense that you needed to do this, but it was probably a big step because, yeah.
I think it was the why for me, why I'm actually doing this became clear in CVP. Got me in touch with how I actually felt while I was making the work. And that's where I'm really focused now. Very similar to, I think it was it Anna that was on that had podcasts in the background, and take my mind away from it. And I'm in it, immersed in it. And these are all quite, well, big for me anyway. The one there on the left, that's 48 to 60, and the other one's 48 to 48. So I scaled up really quickly after CVP, which was probably not the right thing to do right away, as you say. You better go in increments, but I went straight in and started painting big. This is my last board, actually. This is board number 6 from CVP.
Oh, no kidding! This is from CVP.
Yeah, that was my last board. I finished that off after CVP, and when I look at it, it reminds me of everything about CVP. I think I've tried everything that you taught me,
which is so great to do.
Yeah.
So tell me, I love how you said it, where you feel like you're, you now know why you're making art. You're more, that's something you got out. But what can you go into that a little bit, like how you feel, or what is it? Why are you making art?
Actually, it's a release for me. It's almost like therapy, really. I mean, I don't really focus on so much on the finished product. It's the actual process of making the art. It's mixing the colors, creating the texture. This one here on the right, that's called On the Turn, and that really kind of sums me up. It's probably the age I'm at. It's got that sort of patina of somebody who's lived for a while. it's got a bit of depth in it. You know, there's a lot of history in there. There's a lot of marks in it. So,
Yeah.
you know, that one feels really quite like me, and that's the way most of my work is going now. I create these sort of, it's almost like covering the past up with the present, you know, I mean, that constant process.
Yes.
Glimpses of the past.
Yes. Yes. It's
Yeah,
like you're building the days are layering, and there's
yes.
old and new is on top,
And,
but it's reinvention, you know.
letting people see something of me, but maybe not all of me, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. A few people have said that. It's interesting when you think of a painting with layers, you know, we don't need to show all of ourselves, and we can keep some a little more behind and some parts more forward. Yeah. That's so great. Are these on wood panels, these big
So
ones?
these are on canvas. The first one, the CVP's a board, but all these other ones are they're on raw canvas, sort of wrapped on panels, similar to the way you work, and then they come off the panels. So I tend to work in a series of, that's 3 foot by 4 foot's the first one there, 4 by 4, another 4 by 4, and a 5 by 4. So it's like two sheets of plywood that have been cut up and made into panels, and that's really, I work in a series of 4 at a time.
So this work, and what's impressive to me is that you scaled up, which is a whole other thing, you know, like that's a whole other thing. What was the time period for you on this sort of journey you've been on so far?
2021, I did CVP, and then that finishes in June. So I didn't do very much after that. There was a number of things happening personally, so I didn't really start again until probably October of that year. And then I scaled up. It would be about 2 or 3 months after that. I just went from small panels to these big panels. I got myself a studio, and I just went for it, really.
Yeah, it's awesome, dude. It's awesome. It's beautiful, man.
And the colors, that was a big thing from CVP for me, was the how to use colors and how to mix colors. And I tend to have that like mud, but rather on a wet palette, I would have it in a tub. So every color I use, I'll just put some more of that color in the mud tub, and then the mud tub gets used. I'll maybe water it down, and then, you know, it's really nice to bring it into some of the whites actually, because it just brings all the other colors in with the light colors, you know. I've started using house paint as well, just to try and be a bit more liberal, a bit less stingy in myself, you know, which I think.
Yes. Oh my God. He's talking about, you know, we went over this in the free workshop, you know, creating colors using all the other colors to create these amazing harmonies, you know. Wow, it's so great, Scott.
And the glazes was that was like an aha moment for me when you showed us how to glaze work.
Yeah.
And then you make the mistake of glazing too early.
Glazing, we don't, it's something we go into a lot in the Creative Visionary program. The whole thing of covering up and uncovering. Wow. Well, Scott, amazing. And you're just on a roll, dude. It's so great.
Thanks very much, Nick.
All right. Thanks for being here. I love it. Really appreciate you.
Cheers.
All right. Just keep rolling along here. Oh my God, Linda's work. Amazing. Beautiful. I don't know if Linda's here, but your work is always just, you're such an amazing human. Karen from New Zealand. Look at the brush strokes, you guys, back there. Do you see the quiet and the loud? Do you see what she's doing? We talked about that, right? The subtle and the bold. This has got all of that. That's what she's after here. Now you know, because you were in the workshop, right? Jamie's work. Eva. Look at those trees, you guys. So great. Sherry's work. Nino Uniardi. I talked to him this morning. He's just on a roll, you know. His work's it's so beautiful.
So dynamic.
Yeah,
Hey.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's give
There's Dan. Let's give a couple of things away. Do you want
Yeah,
to?
and I want to say
Prize
one thing.
times.
Yeah, I want to say
Yeah.
one thing before we go, because we haven't talked about it. And I know a lot of people, this is, a lot of people, this is what does this. This makes you, I've seen it in the comments, a lot of people saying, watching this is giving me confidence that I maybe could do this too. And that is why we do this, you guys, to celebrate what's possible for everybody who's interested. And there's many artists here. And I just, whether you do CVP or not, I just want you to know that this is available for you. We offer a 30-day money-back guarantee for a reason. We just want you to experience this community, and you will learn, you will know, within a week. You've heard some people on this call say within the first 4 days, I got my money's worth. You will know if this is right for you, but you don't have to take any risks here. This is a guaranteed money-back guarantee thing. Obviously, we don't want you if it's not the right fit, but for 98%, 99% of the people who come through, this is a home run. So I just want to say that because I know it's a big step. Anyway, okay, let's dive in for who are we going to give a prize to or a giveaway?
Wait. I have another quote that just speaks to what you said that I wanted to read by Deborah Stokes. She said, "It is so helpful and important for me to see all these different CVP artist styles. It confirms that I can infuse my own style as I learn the principles from the program. I am a newbie."
Yes.
So that's awesome. Yeah.
Great.
So good. And can you imagine, you guys, for you artists who are like trying to put this together, you've been making an art for a while, imagine starting with a program like this, and you've seen it, like, look what happens in a year. I spent friggin' 20 years trying to figure this stuff out, by myself in a room, beating myself up, I was like the one-hit wonder. I'd make one thing really good and then 3 crappy ones. And one thing, it's just a rough journey. And this can just make it, going together is so much better.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that too. 'Cause a lot of people say about university, the cost of CVP, it's an investment, but look at going to it's worth at least 2 semesters of university, if not more. I mean, I did my undergraduate work, and I'm sure they talked about some of the principles, but nobody taught them to me this way. The language was not the same with the clarity.
Yeah.
And I remember when you first started CVP and you told me, I'm doing this 3-month program. It's going to be online and we're going to dive deep. And I was like, oh my God, that's going to be perfect, because I needed to learn it. I wanted to learn it, and I wanted to not just do it in a 2-week workshop. And I didn't want to do it through an entire semester or 2 semesters of university of trying to figure it out. So it was, oh my God, so much more powerful.
And what art schools don't get, and mine didn't either, and I went to one of the best schools in the United States, Art Center, is that they think it's just the information. They think it's like, okay, we'll teach you watercolor, we'll teach you how to draw. No one is thinking about what you need to learn, how to unlock you. That's what takes so friggin' long. You come out of art school, you're just inundated with all this different stuff, and you don't know which way to go. And that's why this program works. And we give you it in a sequential way, right? There's certain things you need to know as a beginner, and you need to know what's really powerful in your art making principles. Certain things are more powerful than other things. It's just like the tools, there's different strengths and you need to understand them, but they're never presented that way. And that's why you're seeing the progress here so quickly. Someone's been working for a year and their work's just amazing. That's why, because it's just not taught that way. We're thinking of the whole person here. It's very, very different. And it's like, and practically everyone on this call, like people are in the galleries, this is a business art school in a way, because when your art gets like this, it's highly saleable. It's highly magnetic. I'm not kidding, for you and for everybody else. Like, you will see, I mean, you will see, just like these folks have seen, like if you want to start getting this work out there, it's not hard to do because there isn't a lot of work out there like this. We're going for the top 10%. The work you're seeing here is really amazing. And some of it's being made by people who are just starting out. So it's I'm pretty proud of it. Yeah.
Let's give some stuff away.
Okay, let's do it real quick.
We're going to do 4, but really quick. We'll do quick. Okay. Nancy Gray, she said 5 years ago, after becoming permanently physically challenged, Nick, Heather, and a couple of others on YouTube re-inspired me. 5 years of Nick's free workshop really prepared me to commit to CVP today. I'm so excited. That is
fantastic.
Let's send her a trowel. These amazing trowels. Okay.
Great. All right. All right, next we have Deneen Grillo. I signed up because I'm fully aware of all the things I can't do and all the reasons why. It's my time to connect with my why. It's time to start moving and doing and sharing my art and my voice. Even now I'm listening when I could be listening and arting.
Yes. How about a giant bottle of the Moroccan Aqua?
Oh, I love that.
We're almost out of this. We're running low, but this is
okay.
Okay.
All
Are
right.
you writing this down so we make sure we give her this one? Okay.
Yeah. Yes,
okay,
I'm
good.
writing it down. Okay, Ruth Glick. So inspired by this program today. I was the one standing on the cliff watching everyone diving in. I have tears when I think of being left behind when I want this experience with others. So she's all in.
Oh my God,
Ruth,
that's so great.
awesome.
Great. Welcome, Ruth.
Let's give her one of these really cool watercolor packs. The Viva.
Okay.
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 Awesome.
And last one for this session of giveaways is Tanya Locken. I just signed up with shaky hands and sweaty palms, so nervous and excited and cannot wait for all the learning. Woohoo!
Oh my God. Yeah. So let's give her a pack of these Posca pens.
For her sweaty
Posca
palms.
pens. Okay.
For her sweaty palms.
Great. And heads
okay.
up, everybody, to remember to send your address in to cvp@art2life.com. And we still have the big giveaway that we're going to do just towards the end. So we still have
I'll give a preview. I'll give a preview, you guys.
Oh, okay. The big teaser.
This is an art kit, and it's about 20 pounds, and it's got all the paint, the palette, all the boards. It's got everything you need. The brushes. It's got the apron. It's got.
You guys, there's even sandpaper in there.
Going. They're really heavy.
I know there is. They're really heavy.
We'll do
fabulous
prizes later. That'll be one. Okay. Good.
Okay.
All right.
See you soon.
Okay, great. And we're getting some folks here are like, hey, I came back. Are you guys seriously still online? It's like been 3 hours. So, yeah, we're still here. It's still live. There's just a lot of people, man. We could go for 10 hours, but we won't. So don't worry. We're getting through here. We're coming towards the end. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Lou, hello.
Oh, hello. Can you see me?
Hi, Lou.
Hi.
Welcome to the Art2Life Amazing Awards.
Oh, thank you.
Here's your work
Thank you so much.
before. It seems like, a while ago, but tell us a little bit about your work, what you were doing before, and what you were looking for when you came into the Creative Visionary Program.
Sure. So I think like quite a few other people have done some art training in the past and had a break. So I went to art school, and I think I was probably one of those people who just I don't know, wasn't ready to learn, or maybe we weren't taught all the principles. So I had a formal art training, but that was like 40 years ago. And then I've had kind of waxed and waned in my art practice. And I think I've always been creative, but it's been kind of diverted into other parts of my life. But when I retired in 2021, I knew I was kind of looking for something. And I found CVP, and I did that in 2022. And it was like, before I did the CVP course, it was almost like I was looking for something. I knew I wanted to paint, I knew I wanted to be creative, but I didn't know how to paint what really mattered to me, how to kind of combine my contemplative spirituality with creative explorations. I kind of felt like the two didn't come together, and I really kind of struggled with that. And I think I was very much into telling story, very much doing kind of narrative landscapes. And so I did a series of paintings that were like Bible stories, but putting them into an Australian context.
Wow.
So like the painting of the cockatoos. So it's Jacob's Ladder. It's a Bible story, but putting it into Australian context, and the bull, the golden calf with a magpie and things. So I was kind of like, I knew I wanted to be painting about something, but I didn't know how to do it with joy. I think that was the element that was missing.
Wow. Well, so then you started to go here, and tell us about this.
Okay. So I think the transition, I would describe it as moving from story to poetry.
Wow.
Almost like the transformation happened as I discovered joy while I was painting. So I knew I wanted to paint joy, but I didn't know how to find the joy within me while I was painting. And then I realized two things. That one, that all the kind of the marks and things that I wasn't quite sure about or didn't quite work, and that I covered over with layers, they weren't mistakes. They were part of building up to what was the painting that was waiting to emerge. So realizing that I wasn't making mistakes, I was just building up layers. And then also this kind of idea that you don't have to tell the whole story. You can kind of leave space for the viewer. And there's a poem that I really like by Emily Dickinson. It's called "Tell All the Truth, but Tell It Slant." And it's almost like you give something, you don't have to give it all. You leave space for the viewer to kind of put their feelings in there. So it's not only what matters for me, it's what matters for other people.
It's like there's this generosity where you leave room in for other people,
Yes.
It's a bigger work. And that's one of the things that how I describe work, that when it's more personal, it's almost more spacious. There's more openness for others to come in. It's a fascinating, that's a whole great area to go in, when we're not being like, look at this, and we're not being directive, but we're sharing something that invites others in, right? The feeling of it. Beautiful.
I think so many people are kind of looking for more. They're looking for something outside themselves, and especially at the moment the world is a difficult place to live in, so we're looking for joy, we're looking for beauty, and somehow art can be like a window into that. So if you can do the kind of art that actually provides that window for other people to look through, then not only are you being joyful in what you're doing, but you're actually providing a window onto another dimension for people.
Yes. It's art making is the process of becoming yourself, but it invites others in, right? It's so, and we forget this, that we're doing this for ourselves, but the impact it has on others and the world, it's not to be understated. I mean, that's a huge part of what we're doing at Art2Life, right? Like this is a big, this is a very generous thing. We think making our own art is centering ourselves, but what happens because we experience it, you share it, it's a gift, it's an absolute gift.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not wanting to kind of plug things here, but I have sold some paintings. Sold two slightly larger paintings last year, And I was so happy that somebody wanted to take, my art into their home. But one of the other really joyful things is that I send out a newsletter each month, and I actually get responses back from people, about something that I've shared in that newsletter. And I share like reflections, and I share creative prayer exercises, and they touch people. And it's giving people some way of kind of drawing for themselves and being able to connect with that deeper sense of creativity.
Yeah. Oh, that's just great. It's lovely. And when we sell our work, when we're seen, and then it brings people, and then it brings people that are like you, that they just want it. They want to bring it into their life. It's the most glorious feeling,
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Yeah. Wow. Really, Lou, this is just so great to just really soak this in.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks so much for being here. And I just I love watching what's happening here. It's poetry. You're in a whole new realm. Lou,
Thank you, Nick.
thanks. Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Oh my goodness. We have another creative visionary coach, Mr. Noah Woods.
Hello.
Hey, sir.
How are you?
I'm really good. We are going to win. Maybe Caroline or Anne or Stacy can. We're going to give away, I think, at this point, the giant, enormous, wonderful. As we're nearing.
We have one more.
Yeah, go ahead.
One more prize before that, but then we'll do that one.
Okay. Yeah, you guys know the flow. All right, you tell me.
Hey,
okay,
Nick,
I'll just tell you.
Hey, Anne.
Oh,
just before you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Prize, I want suspense here. We are doing our very best to get your your questions answered and groove in our email inbox. So if you are sending us an email or a chat, just please know that we will respond to you, and we are doing our best to get through this as quickly.
What he's saying, everybody, you're breaking up a little bit, Brandon, is that we've got the whole team on the email and getting back to your responses. So just be patient with us and we'll get back to you.
Oh my God, I'm awesome.
Okay.
Okay.
And then Nick, before we do the big prize, people would love to have you stop sharing so that they could actually see the art kit a little bit better. So it's
okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
I'll do that once
Okay.
we give this secondary prize.
Okay, so here's just a nice quote from Sally Weir. She said, "I really need to get unstuck now after my studio and our house burned down. It took so much energy to rebuild our lives. I lost my direction as an artist. CVP seems so positive and inspiring. I'm excited to begin again." So I wonder if we can give her a t-shirt maybe, or
yeah, okay, that sounds great. Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to put that down. So
perfect, Anne.
Love that shirt.
Good one. Yeah.
Okay, and then tell me when you're going to give out the big one.
Shall I stop?
You want to do it now, or do you want to wait?
Let's do it now.
Do it now?
I'll get it for you. I'll have my assistant help us.
But we should.
Okay. Pretend I'm an assistant. Okay. So Nick, we have this is what a lot of people, you don't have to get this for your to do CVP, but a lot of these things you can source yourself, but we do have these art kits. We paint on these trays. So it comes with the tracing paper. It comes with all the paint. There's all the paint in here. There you go. And it has all the boards, and somewhere in here in the bottom are all the brushes. But this is about 20 pounds of art materials. So who are we going to give this out to? This is the Grand Poobah prize.
All right, drum roll, please. All right. And the CVP Art Kit winner is Darlene LB from Facebook. She says, I was brought to tears on Friday at the end of the Art2Life free workshop, and I didn't want to let go and give up on myself.
Wow.
I joined Friday, but also felt guilt and being selfish, but I felt I needed to do something for myself. This is so moving. It made me feel alive again and excited. I have never had any art training, but at 65, I need to do something for me.
Wow.
Wow. Fantastic.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is so good.
Yeah. Thanks, Dan.
Yay.
That was, I knew I'd cry once today.
Yeah. Yeah. That's just amazing.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that, Darlene. That is fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Great.
Okay. Was there anything else, you guys, before I jump back in with Noah? Are we?
No,
I'm
you
gonna
guys
bounce
have
out.
a
All
great
right. I can't wait to show
conversation.
everyone the next coach's work. All right. Okay. Let me get here.
Nick, it is absolutely wonderful being with you. This is
Yeah.
so cool.
Is this inspiring or what? I mean, oh my God.
I mean, this is why I love being one of the coaches here, because there is a higher frequency going on here, and it is so. I mean, I'm completely seduced by this higher frequency that the moment, like coming into your studio and all the people that are working to make this all happen. Your team,
Yeah.
just blew me away every day this past week that I was with you up in Sausalito outside San Francisco, and the love and the passion that everyone is putting in to make this all come together is just I mean I did not want to leave, but I really didn't. I was so I was having withdrawals after being with you guys. I kid you not. It was and you, as you know, things were happening for me creatively
Yeah.
that I was going places I hadn't gone before. And this was because of what you've created, Nick. And it was, I mean, I left there, as I told you, shook.
Uh-huh. Well,
Yeah.
so just to give you guys some background on Noah, is the most celebrated instructor at Art Center College of Design. I've known Noah pretty much all my life. We were in New York together. We've been on these art journeys together, talking on the phone, living in New York City. I was cooking him food. I was there when he got mugged in New York. You know, we've had a whole journey together, but it's just so awesome to be in collaboration with Noah as well as all the coaches. But it was kind of cool. And we just thought, you know, I mean, I think it's cool that you mentioned, like, last week when you were here, you were at the free workshop, you saw we were doing a lot of art and just talking about and working in these journals.
Yeah.
And Noah he just got into it. And I think you included some of that work here. Yeah, there it is. Really different, like a little kind of a breakthrough happened, but this is some of your, so tell us a little bit about the work. Oh, there it is. That's what you were doing in your book.
Yeah.
Right. So that just happened. This just happened last week.
It was crazy, Nick. I mean, and I was having so much fun. Some of this is collage. I was just gluing things in there a little bit. And I felt like I was 7 years old again, just really getting into making art just for the joy of it. And you and I both have had 40 years now professionally making art. And this took me out of that. This took me out of thinking about not that it's a bad thing about making financial gains from something that you create. That's a beautiful thing. But what is so beautiful about Art2Life, for what I have experienced, is just getting back to your life and bringing life into your art, and then art into your life. Did I say that right? Life into your art, and then art into your life.
Yeah.
And that's what happened when when you invited me to come along as one of your team this past October, when we were all in Morocco together with almost 50 people from around the world, and we were all under this beautiful tent, and everybody spread out on tables, and I was like positioned in a place where I could look out to the whole tent. And it was so, I mean, it was so life affirming. It was so eye opening because not only were people making art together, which is very much what we do here online. We're all, we're making things and creating this community. Physically, that was a physical in-person community, but the same thing is happening online, where people were singing and dancing while they were making art. I shared my particular table in Morocco with the most extraordinary woman, who I hope she doesn't mind me saying. I won't. But she's 80 years old, and she was giggling the entire time. And it was just, I mean, it was like I was sharing my table with an 8-year-old artist who was just exuding this joy for creating a vision for herself for the very first time, even though she does, as I recall, she's a painter, but she was trying new things. She fell in love like with one of the tools that were available to everybody, and she was just, I mean, it was like watching somebody fall in love.
Yeah. Yeah.
Most.
Sourcing that in yourself, what is it? What is it? And chasing that down. It's so powerful, and it gives you so much. It just gives you energy, and then it comes out into your work, and then people see it, and it gives you confidence, and then you make more, and you're following the breadcrumbs of what lights you up, and you never know when some new clue is going to come in, like this is really different for you, and it was like, dude, you got to do this, you got to do more of this.
I know, and those breadcrumbs are very delicious. Those aren't just any breadcrumbs, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spectacular.
Yeah. So, so you guys, it's just a wonderful journey, and it's wonderful to see it expressed, and shows up all the originality, all the individuality of who we are and who we're becoming. And it's just, I think this is just the journey, and we're all in different places on it, and we're all moving on it, but it makes so much a difference to go together. It's really, I don't know. I just feel so fortunate to be part of this. And, you know,
Isn't that interesting, though? You and I both spent so much time working by ourselves in the beginning of our careers by ourselves. I got to a point, I think, at the 20-year point, it hit me so suddenly, like, I need to be around people. It was a physical experience of like realizing I need to be around people. And at that very moment, I was asked to start teaching. And so I got to be around people, but it's still not the same thing of what CVP is. CVP is just this beautiful community of making art and making it together and it being supportive. I just said to another friend of mine, what an incredibly loving, supportive, kind community. And it is. And it's beautiful.
Awesome.
It's beautiful.
Well, it's going to be fantastic with you this year. So many amazing, and you guys haven't met even all the creative team yet. We're talking to the coaches and the ambassadors. There's some extraordinary people that are also going to be part of this who are not here today. But you guys, we are coming up on the end here. I just want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank all the coaches and this team Noah's right. It's extraordinary, the love and dedication they have for the mission of what we're doing at Art2Life, to bringing as many people with us, as possible, to let as many people feel that this is possible for them, because it is. You know, we're going to be closing enrollment for CVP tomorrow night. We'll have another call tomorrow at 12. We'll be talking about some coaching stuff. But I just, you know, I hope you guys know now, without a shadow of a doubt, that this is possible for anybody here, right? And that's the whole point. And it's a celebration, you know, it's a celebration of what's possible for all of us.
And if I could add, Nick, I'm listening to you. And by the way, I want some of that Moroccan turquoise or whatever that was. That was
Yeah.
Okay. But what I'm thinking about is just I was so energized and I was so excited by discovering what I didn't even know was there. And that's something I wish for everybody who comes along and discovers that for themselves, because that happens. I saw it happen in Morocco, and how the higher frequency of everybody was just there was like a buzz, because I think
you can feel it on this call. You can just feel it, right? This is what artists do. This is who we are. I swear to God, it's going to change the world, you guys. We're part of something that is so powerful. This community, it is the best. It is the best. Yeah, totally. Oh my God. All right. Well, listen, you guys, I've got one more thing to share. Noah, thanks for being here, and I'll see you real soon. Let me just finish up here. Here you guys go, right? And this is what I want to leave you with. Whether you're coming with us or not, I don't want you to stop. Don't stop. Not this time. We've spent the last 10 days together. You guys are fired up. You've the free workshop, the information we're shared. Don't stop. Not this time. Keep it going. Don't stop. The world needs you more than ever before. We need more of us, you guys. And really, let's do this. Stay together. Let's stay together. Let's go. I am so friggin' excited about the Creative Visionary Program and what we're going to pull off this year. And I really, I want you to come. So if there's a possibility, please come. Enrollment closes tomorrow, Wednesday, March 13th at 11:59 p.m. And it is 12 weeks to a whole new you. I can't wait to share this year with you, and then all the years after. You guys, thank you so much. And let's all stay connected. All right. Bye, Jan, Valerie, Joanne, Georgia, Carla, everybody. Okay, you guys, let's talk to you real soon.